and I feel ashamed in so many different ways. "I'm so sorry," I say. "I should have told you."
"It's okay."
"But what if the baby looks like Jake? I should have thought."
"Then he or she will be a reminder. Some things can't be forgotten. They shouldn't be forgotten."
He stumbles over his words, and I don't know whether it's because of tiredness or emotion, but I do know, as I listen to his heavy tread climb the stairs, I have taken a step towards the truth, and I wonder what would happen if I revealed all of me to Nick. The floorboards creak above me, and I reach for the remote control and scan the channels looking for something mind-numbing. Dirty Dancing is showing again. It's one of my favourites, but as baby carries a watermelon, my eyelids grow heavy, and as sleep beckons me over, I willingly surrender. The darkness was all-consuming, swallowing my ability to think straight, to stay calm. Panic welled, and despite knowing I should keep quiet, I shouldn't make him angry. I couldn't contain the whimper in my throat that morphed into a cry, into a scream. "Please!" I fumbled in the dark, trying to locate the door handle, my heart skipping a beat when for one horrible second I thought the handle was gone. But then my fingers located the cool metal that warmed quickly under my clammy palm. I pulled and twisted and rattled, knowing it wouldn't make any difference, but I was unable to just do nothing. "Please!" I smacked my palms against the door over and over, but each slap only fueled my fear. "Let me out!" The words were ripped from me, and over the pounding of my hands, the whooshing of blood in my ears. At first, I almost don't hear it. The sound coming from outside. I rested my forehead against the door, trying to contain my juddering breath, imagining him doing the same the other side. My panic transformed to sheer terror as menace seemed to seep through the wood, and I stepped backwards, stumbling over something I couldn't see. I fell hard. The last thing I remembered was banging my head. I wasn't sure how long I was out, but when I came around, throat dry and head woozy, my bladder was full to bursting, my muscles cramping. I tried to stretch out my legs, but as I slid them forward, my feet hit the wall. I reached out with my hands, feeling the solidity beneath my fingertips, and fought to calm my breathing before I stood, knees buckling, and paused, wriggling my toes as I tried to get my blood flowing freely again. "Please," I whispered now as I touched the door. Hot tears of humiliation pricked the back of my eyes. As much as I was afraid of what was on the other side of the door, the thought of wetting myself was mortifying. My fingers brushed against the door handle, and without hope, I twisted it once more. It was still locked. I am disorientated as I wake, and cold with fear. I think I hear a baby crying, but my cheeks are wet, and I think it was me that was crying. Everything is getting so muddled. The nightmares I thought I'd left behind are coming more frequently again, and I think it must be Lisa coming back into my life, stirring up the past. Outside the lounge window, the sky is dark, clouds obscuring the moon and stars. I must have slept for hours, although it's not surprising, as last night I barely got any rest. On the TV, the forecaster is predicting the imminent arrival of a storm that will wash away the snow. What has startled me awake? I aimed the remote at the TV to silence it, listening instead for sounds of Nick. There is nothing to be heard except the ticking clock in the hallway, the sound amplified in the quiet. My skin prickles. Something isn't right. Slowly, I swing my legs from the sofa. I have such a strong sense of being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I shiver involuntarily and wrap my arms around myself.
There's a soft shuffling sound coming from outside. It's barely discernible, and if adrenaline wasn't flooding through every cell in my body, enhancing my senses, I might not have heard it. Somebody is out there. It's late for visitors, but I wait for the doorbell to ring. Seconds tick by and nothing happens. I can't take my eyes off the window. There is a lightness radiating from the snow, but all I can see in the glass is the lounge furniture reflected back at me. I tell myself it's nothing, even though I know it's something. I have to psych myself up before I can stand and cross to the window, terrified a face might suddenly appear. There's a smack against the glass. The sound comes again and again, and I realise the predicted storm has arrived. Hailstones are clattering against the window pane. I force myself to calm, but as I stretch both arms out and grasp the curtains, I see it, just before I can swish them closed. A shadow, a movement. Somebody is out there. There is not much to see beyond my own reflection as I stare outside. Part of me wants to run and fetch Nick, but almost of their own accord my fingers release their grip on the curtains and my feet carry me to the hallway. I flick on the outside light. My hand stretches towards the front door handle. I press my ear against the wood. There's a crack of lightning, and I almost turn and run up the stairs, but instead I slowly crack open the door. Light floods in. No one is there, and I step outside, the snow and the rain saturating my socks, numbing my toes. Since I've been sleeping, fresh snow has fallen, and the driveway is a blanket of white. But to the side of the garden, by the fence, where somebody who didn't want to be seen would walk, are footsteps. They lead to the lounge window where they stop, before circling back again, avoiding the front door. There was somebody out here, and they were watching me sleep. It feels like a warning. You mustn't tell, Cat. Chapter 26. Now. I've taken to skipping breakfast these past few weeks. Ever since I saw the footprints in the snow, I've had a feeling of being watched. I'm not sleeping properly, and my appetite isn't what it was. Rationally, I know it's unlikely anyone followed me home from Farncaster, but my mind races, jumping to conclusions. After all, Nancy saw me in that magazine, didn't she? God knows who else did. I know it's most likely Lisa coming back that has set me on edge. The approach of the 10-year anniversary. But in the dead of night, when shadows loom and floorboards creak, I'm surrounded by an aura of dread. The cold, bony fingers of the past are reaching out to me. But today, I will need my strength. I throw a couple of rashers of bacon in the pan, standing back as they sizzle and spit. Despite eating less at our last rehearsal, my costumes would no longer zip up. Mortification heated me from my toes to my scalp as Tamara told me not to worry, she could easily order some more in a bigger size. That didn't stop me standing on the scales the second I got home. They still said I weighed the same. I think the steam must have affected the reading and made a note to buy some more. That's the trouble with working at home and living in leggings, isn't it? You don't notice the waistbands getting snug, and I may be skipping meals, but I'm still eating chocolate hobnobs as I work. Cramming them into my mouth as though the mindless chewing will keep my snarling memories at bay. It doesn't. Outside, the garden is a riot of colour. April showers have nourished the weeds tangled amongst the plants. Nick keeps promising to tidy the borders. The radio plays Corinne Bailey Rae's Put Your Records On. It's one of my favourites, but I don't sing along, focusing instead on slicing crusty white bread. One piece is an inch thick and the other is virtually see-through, but I slather it in ketchup, nevertheless. I eat standing up, a tea towel tucked into the neck of my top to protect it from the grease dripping from my chin. When I've finished, I punch out a text to Lisa. "What time is the scan today?"
"Still 3 o'clock.
The doctor didn't repeat the early scan they did when Lisa thought she had miscarried, so this will be my first time seeing the baby. Beanie is 22 weeks now, and I've been so impatient. I was reading online that some women have their 20-week scan at 18 weeks. Every NHS hospital is different, Lisa's midwife said, but that doesn't stop me wishing we were one of the ones who had it early. Beanie is about as heavy as a bag of sugar, with eyelids and eyebrows developed and tooth buds in place. A proper little person. A mini Jake, I think, but I brush the thought away as Nick sticks his head around the door.
"I'm off."
"Wait!" I hurry across the kitchen. "Kiss?" I stand on tiptoe and he wipes the corner of my mouth with his thumb.
"Ketchup,"
he says before dropping his lips onto mine. "Hungry?" I ask.
"No."
He's not sleeping properly either, or eating. He tells me not to worry about the business, but it's hard not to when he so obviously is. I wish he'd talk to me properly. I don't know how much trouble we're in. It's impossible not to fear the worst. It's selfish, I know, but I wonder whether we will have to move if Nick can't sort things out, if we'll lose the house. Where would we bring the baby up? I could get a full-time job, but what would happen to the charity? If I draw a salary, we'd have to cut down the counselling we offer, and I'd hate for that to happen. It's so important to people. I wish you could come to the hospital today. Can't believe you're missing it.
"I know, I'm sorry, I've so much on. You'll get a photo, though, won't you? And I'll get to meet him or her in person soon."
I can't wait.
"Me neither."
He rubs his nose against mine.
"It's getting real now, isn't it?"
"Very. I woke at 3 a.m. thinking I could hear a baby crying. My subconscious must be preparing me for sleepless nights. I'm trying to convince myself that almost every night I am dreaming of the baby we're about to have, rather than the ones I've lost."
"Are you sure you will be okay today?"
He tucks my hair behind my ear.
"It's a long drive, for you, and you've been fraught lately."
"I am not imagining things."
I step back. "I know you think you saw footprints."
"I did!"
I can't help snapping. "They weren't there when I looked."
"The rain had washed them away."
By the time Nick ventured outside, the lawn was a mass of sludge and there was nothing to be seen. If there ever was.
10 years. I've told you there's been someone hanging around outside, too.
There have been several times this past month I have tried to go out, and each time I opened the front door, there was someone stalking down the road, hands thrust into pockets or a shadow crossing our driveway. It's not as though there are many houses in our cul-de-sac. It's rare to notice anything out of the ordinary. I'm staying in more and more, unable to shake the slithering uneasiness in the pit of my stomach. Like the other night.
Do you have to bring that up again?
I had stood at our bedroom window, eyes fixed on the motionless figure half hidden at the end of the driveway. My palms began to heat, my fingers tingled, and by the time Nick came out of the shower, I was gripping the windowsill, body rigid.
"He's watching me."
It had been an effort to speak through my shortness of breath, and Nick had looked at me, his blue eyes darkening with sympathy. "Cat, it's just the black bin. I put it out earlier." He had gently drawn the curtains and led me to the bed where I lay waiting for my heart rate to slow, the buzzing in my head to stop. "What's going on with you lately?" Nick had asked, the mattress dipping as he curled himself around me. "You mustn't tell, Cat." My lips were pinned together as I turned to the wall. "Claire hasn't seen anyone lurking around," Nick says now, as though that makes everything okay.
"You've been talking to Claire about me. When?"
Yet again I have a cold feeling writhing around inside of me, and I rub my arms as though I can warm myself. "I don't have time for this." Nick picks up his briefcase.
"You don't have time for me."
The words scorch my tongue.
As I watch him leave, I want to call him back, tell him I am sorry. I take a step forward, but the outside world rushes in at me, and in my peripheral vision I see movement. I twist my head, but it's only the wind battering the cherry tree. Nick climbs into his car, but before I can catch his attention, there's a sound to my right. I jump. It's only an empty can of lager clanking across our driveway. Hurriedly, I slam the door closed and lean against it. My mobile vibrates in my pocket and I pull it out. My heart sinks a little when I see it is Tamara. "Morning, Tam." She skips the pleasantries altogether. "You missed another rehearsal yesterday afternoon, Kat. What's going on?" "Sorry." I don't explain I was fully intending on coming, but I thought I saw someone crouching by the side of my car and had shrugged off my coat, slipped off my shoes and gone for a lie-down instead. "We open soon. We sold tickets already." "I know. I'll be ready, I will." But we both know I won't be. I'm constantly forgetting the words, the dance steps. I can't seem to concentrate. "You're going to die on stage if you're not careful. I could take over." "No!" I bite, sharper than intended. "I only want what's best for the play." I hear the desperation in her voice, and I feel a stab of guilt. I've grown quite fond of her these past few months, and we've become friends of sorts. Her life revolves around the company, and I should make more effort. I'm not being fair. "I'll be at the next rehearsal, I promise. We can talk everything through properly then. Sorry, got to go." I cut the call. I've got hours before I have to leave to meet Lisa. I look out of the window. The street is quiet, silent. Inside, the clock ticks. Die on stage. It's a throwaway comment, just a word. I am anxious and tense as I wait to see if I have another panic attack. Sometimes the fear of having one is the worst fear of all. My breathing is shallow, but I think I'm okay. There's a knocking as the washing machine starts to spin, startling me. I stuff my feet into my shoes and open the front door. Claire is home. Her car is in the drive. My skin is tingling. I can just cross the road to Claire's and have a coffee. Something small, something normal. I can do this. I can. "You don't look fine." Claire starts to pass me a mug, but she glances at my shaking hands and places it on the side table instead. "I am." Tucking my legs under me, I make myself as small as possible, waiting for my pulse to slow. Ada is building a tower on the rug in front of the fireplace. "Look!" She widens her big blue eyes as she places another brick on the top. "She's growing so quickly," I say, feeling calmer now. I reach forward for a custard cream. "It will be your turn soon. How is Lisa?" "She's good. It's the scan this afternoon." "You're going?" Claire asks. "Yes. It will be a relief to see everything's okay." "Are you worried?" "A little. It's been tougher than I'd thought. Not being in control, I suppose. I don't know where Lisa is, what she's eating, if she's taking her folic acid. It's not how I imagined it would be." I place my hand across my middle, longing to feel the bubbling of new life. Tiny kicking feet, sharp elbows. "It will be worth it, though, when he's here. Or she." "Yes, not that long to go, really. Next week Lisa will be 23 weeks, and the baby's lungs could be developed enough to survive if they were born early. Imagine that. Beanie will be the size of a large mango." Claire laughs. "Sorry. I get a bit carried away. Nick doesn't seem interested in this stuff." I feel disloyal voicing my concerns, and I stuff another biscuit in my mouth as though I can force the words back in with it. Men often aren't. Akil practically rolled his eyes every time I asked him for a foot rub, or if he'd massage a vino into my stretch marks. You'd think he had nothing to do with the conception. And now? I haven't seen him for a while. He hasn't seen Ada for ages. It's his mum, really. She never approved of me and was disappointed Ada was a girl. Her skin was too light. We gave her a Western name. Mother-in-laws. Claire rolls her eyes. Don't you worry, though. Nick will be a great dad. You only have to look at him with Ada to know that. Did you bring the tickets for the play? No, was I supposed to? Last week I asked you for 3. I'm bringing my parents. Oh, God, sorry. My mind is full of gaping holes, my memory slipping through the gaps. It's stress, I know. I've probably blanked it from my mind. Tamara has just rung to tell me I'm going to die on stage. I can't say I blame her. I'm rubbish. I'm sure you're not. It's just her manner, isn't it? Try to relax. You'll be fantastic. That's what Nick keeps saying. You're lucky to have him. Claire nods as she speaks. Most women would give anything to have a husband like yours. Her eyes glisten as she watches Ada's tower wobble precariously. One false move and it will tumble to the ground. Claire's mobile phone lights up. She practically dives on her handset and turns it over, but not before I've seen the name on the display. Lisa Sullivan. Why is Lisa texting you? They'd only met once at the party, I'd thought. Oh, Claire looks away before she meets my eye again. We've just been comparing pregnancy notes, exchanging experiences. I hope you don't mind. Her cheeks are patched red. It brings it home to me once more that no matter how many books I read, I will never fully understand how it feels to have a life growing inside me. Acid reflux, swollen ankles, morning sickness. And all at once, I want to weep into my coffee. Chapter 27. Now. Seeing Richard is the last thing I want to do, but there's some charity paperwork that needs signing. It's on my way to Farncaster, and I've time before the scan. Normally I avoid seeing Richard on my own. The conversation is always strained and awkward. Can I leave this with you? I ask the receptionist, but the phone rings and as she picks up the receiver, she gestures at me to go upstairs. I tap on the door and push it open. Richard's office is stifling as always, aftershave thick in the air. Morning! I keep my voice bright and breezy, hoping he doesn't realise I'm holding the envelope to my chest as though it's a shield. Cat! Something flashes across his face, and I can't tell if it's irritation or panic as he stuffs papers into his drawer before slamming it shut. I wonder if they are to do with Nick's business, and I feel a shift of discomfort that I don't fully know what's going on, how bad it is, and although I had intended to leave, I pull out a chair and sit. This is an unexpected pleasure. Although by the tone in his voice, Richard doesn't think it's a pleasure any more than I do. I've brought the proposal for the sponsorship. Could you look it over, please? Now, I'm very busy. There's a coldness to his voice that unnerves me, and I suppress the urge to bite it was his idea to form a charity, for his grandma. At the very least, he could take more of an interest. He always acts as though it's such a chore, or perhaps it is only me he finds tiresome. I can leave it with you. I wanted to talk to you anyway, about Lisa. He steeples his fingers, his expression unreadable. I'm off to meet her. It's the scan today. You've been authorising extra payments, Nick says. We had an agreement. Nick and I are more than happy with our arrangements, I say a little too forcefully, although I am not too sure whether Nick is happy. A rush of heat sweeps over me. I'd tried to ask Nick whether I should be spending less with the trouble the business is in, and he'd told me not to be silly, and my anger had flared that he wasn't treating me like an equal. I run the charity almost single-handed. I'm hardly some helpless female, I had snapped. Funny, that's how you come across when you think you've seen someone skulking around outside and want protecting, he had bit back, and although we had both quickly calmed down and apologised, the gap between us had widened that little bit more. We never used to argue. We should be enjoying our last few weeks as a family of two, and I vow to make more of an effort. Perhaps it's time I drew a salary from the charity, if it's that bad, I ask Richard, but I'm tentative, reluctant to take the money I've worked so hard to raise. Richard leans back in his chair and holds my gaze for so long, I am reminded of the staring competitions we used to have, me, Lisa, and Jake. I'd always look away first, as I do now, averting my eyes to the window and watching the sun bouncing off the rooftops outside. Is it you? I ask as the silence becomes insufferable. Who's supposed to apply for planning permission for listed buildings? Of course. And yet you didn't. Didn't I? The stately home? I root around in my memory. Why did Nick say it was? Is it in a lot of trouble, the business? You can always find trouble, Kat, if you go looking for it. I wait for him to elaborate. He doesn't. I sigh. I know I am not going to get anything like a straight answer. I've got to go. Are we seeing you this weekend? Not sure. I'll speak to Nick about it later. I nod. There's nothing more to say. I thought over the years Richard would soften towards me, but if anything, his disdain has grown. Nick can't see it. He says it's just the way Richard is. Yet, if he cares so much about Nick, he should be more supportive about the surrogacy, shouldn't he? It feels like a constant tug-of-war for Nick's attention, and increasingly, I am wondering how much longer I can keep pulling. Something's got to give. I just hope it isn't me. The hospital car park is full of vehicles circling like sharks, and it takes 25 minutes to claim a space. I clatter all my change into the parking machine and display the white ticket that cost almost as much as a pub meal on my dashboard. I am late. I run towards the main entrance, almost turning my ankle as I swerve past a wheelchair, and am relieved to see Lisa is still there, shifting her weight from foot to foot, checking her watch. Sorry, I pant. Couldn't park. You needn't have rushed. Lisa pulls a face. I've just been to check in and the sonographer is off sick today. What? No! Sorry, you've had the drive for nothing. Let's go and talk to them. Explain I've come a long way. There must be someone else. There isn't. It's a small department. Have they offered you another appointment? I've got to ring next week, see if he's back. My disappointment must show because Lisa squeezes my arm. If it's a long-term sickness, they'll get cover or refer me to another hospital. They promised we won't have to wait too long, a couple of weeks at the very most. Do you think you could call your midwife and ask if I can hear the heartbeat today? My voice is small. Lisa's midwife sounds lovely, always setting her mind at rest. When Lisa worried about her stretch marks, she's so self-conscious when she speaks about them, her midwife gave her some bio-oil to try. It's one of the most common things for expectant mums to worry about, the size of their bump, she had told Lisa. Each woman grows and shows at her own rate. Stretch marks will fade. She sounds nurturing, and it brings me comfort to know she is taking care of Lisa. She's based at my doctor's and she gets really booked up. I think you can buy the monitors to listen yourself. Really? You wouldn't believe half the stuff you can buy on eBay. I'll ask my midwife how effective they are. Let's go to the canteen, have a mug of hot chocolate. As though the cream and sugar could make up for the loss I feel. I press my palm to Lisa's bump. I guess I'll see you another day, I say, but there is no wriggle to tell me the baby has heard, and even if he had, for I am thinking of him as a boy now, he wouldn't know I am his mum. Lisa's is the voice he hears every day. I am nothing but a stranger. Self-pity springs tears to my eyes, and Lisa gently draws my hand away from her belly. Come on. She leads me into the hospital, back into the place I was admitted after the accident. I grip her hand tightly as we weave through corridors, and it is only as we join the queue for drinks I release my grip, and she shakes her fingers as though they hurt as much as my heart. So, this is where you work? I ease the plastic lid off the cardboard cup, and am hit with a cloud of chocolatey-smelling steam. Yes. Well, not in the canteen, obviously. How can you bear it? I am not talking about the constant noise, the rattle of trolleys, the stench of neglect, but Lisa instinctively knows. I think of that night all the time. Did you see those black plastic chairs in A&E? That's where we sat. I felt sick as the nurse came over, but I thought she must have good news. I thought if it was bad, we'd be taken to a little room, like they do on TV, with shiny-leaved pot plants and comfortable sofas. But it wasn't like that. When she told us Jake had died, we left the hospital and I hoped I'd never come back. Even the smell of the disinfectant made my stomach churn for years. But not coming back... She gives a small, sad shake of her head. It doesn't change what happened, and it's a good place to work. I'm helping people. I nod. As I raise my head to sip my drink, I see someone outside the door, nose pressed against the glass like a dog begging to come inside. Is that, I point, Aaron? Lisa turns her head, but a family are crowding in, children whining for sweets, and the moment has passed. I can't believe I've seen him again. I wrap my arms around myself. Again? Lisa's brows knit together. I saw him in town the last time I came. Did he say anything? Her voice is shrill. No. Aaron didn't have to speak. I could feel his hate, toxic and thick, and I had wished I could have hated him too. But the emotion I felt, that I feel when I think of him, is always one of fear. Do you think that's him? I crane my neck. Could be. He works here, Lisa says. How can anyone employ him after... I'm not sure that I believe everyone deserves a second chance. I know. Let me use the loo and we'll get out of here. Lisa hefts herself to her feet, and I watch her waddle towards the toilet in the corner, one hand cradling her bump. My fluttering anxiety morphs into a fury that propels me to my feet. I don't want Aaron within spitting distance of Lisa, as though he might contaminate my baby somehow. I slip out into the corridor, and he's there, studying the notice board as though it is the most interesting thing on the planet. I thought it was you, I say quietly, clenching my fists at my side. What are you doing here? He spins around and he raises his hand. I flinch, but he scratches his head instead as he studies me in that way of his. I can't help noticing his wedding ring. Who in their right mind would marry him? Someone who doesn't know what he did. Despite my earlier bravado, I find myself shaking. He takes a step forward, I take a step back. He steps forward again, and my heart hammers in my chest as the distance between us closes. I can smell tobacco on his breath, see the anger in his eyes. I back up until I am wedged in a corner, with nowhere to hide. Chapter 28. Then. The manager of the Three Fishes glared at us as he frothed lager into tall glasses, making yet another barbed comment about our school uniforms, but we didn't care. After final period, our study leave would officially start, and that was something we wanted to celebrate. I've got something for you, Jake said, sliding a mobile phone across the bar. It's just a cheap one, but I've topped it up with credit. Now we can text each other, and it won't seem so bad when you're grounded. I flung my arms around him, showering his face with kisses. It was utterly ridiculous to be grounded at my age. Last Sunday I had told my parents I would be at Lisa's studying and had gone to the cinema with Jake instead. Mum had rung Lisa's house to ask me to pick up some gravy granules on the way home. Lisa had tried her best to cover for me, telling Mum I had fallen asleep reading a textbook, but Mum didn't believe her, demanded she woke me up, and Lisa had to admit I wasn't there. Lisa tried to find me, to warn me, but had no idea where I was. After the film, I had glided into the kitchen on a conveyor belt of happiness, with no idea I was walking into World War III.
"Where the hell have you been?"
My dad sat at the table, his spine as stiff as the wood he rested his elbows on, hands pressed together as though in prayer, chin resting on index fingers. "At Lisa's." As soon as the words falteringly left my lips, I wanted to snatch them back when I noticed Mum's shoulders stiffen as she chopped veg, the sound of the knife hitting the glass worktop saver.
"Liar, liar, liar. We know you haven't."
Dad's voice was measured and calm, and that was worse somehow than the shouting I had been expecting.
"And more fool you if you've been out with a boy. They only want one thing, you know."
I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from twitching as I thought about Jake unbuttoning my shirt, his fingers slipping inside my bra, his lips pressed hard against mine.
"You think this is funny, Catherine?"
"I'm 19, I said, as though that would placate them. It didn't. "Cat," Mum wiped her hands on her apron, "it's because you are 19 that we worry. This is a real turning point for you. You'll leave school next month, and it's important you do well in your exams. I want you to have the future—"
"She won't have a future at all if she's running about, God knows where," Dad said.
"In a few weeks I'll be living away from home, and you won't be able to keep me prisoner then. I can't wait. I hate you." As the words spilled from my mouth, I instantly knew it was the wrong thing to say.
"You're grounded!"
Dad shouted. "You can't ground me! I'm an adult!"
"I don't care how old you are. While you're living under my roof, you'll do as I say."
"I can't wait until I'm not living under your roof. Mum?" But she was turning away from me, back to the vegetables. Dad picked up the Sunday Times and held it like a barrier between us. And, just like that, I was dismissed. Now I turned over the phone in my hands, and it felt like I was holding independence.
"Shall we order food?"
Aaron asked. I could eat a bowl of cheesy chips. I hadn't fancied breakfast that morning, and the smell of fried food drifting from the kitchen was making me ravenous.
"Me too."
Jake wrapped his arms around my waist and nuzzled my neck. "Lise?" "I'm not hungry."
3 bowls of cheesy chips, please."
Aaron handed over a £20 note.
"Cheers, mate."
Jake sipped his pint. I wiped the foamy moustache from his top lip with my thumb.
"So this is it. Our last day at school,"
Aaron said as we walked over to one of the high tables. The sun slicing through the window reflected off the stainless steel surface, and I shaded my eyes as I climbed onto one of the tall stools, still listening to Aaron.
"I can't believe after this I'll have 5 years at uni. If my mum wasn't so proud of me, I honestly think I'd be having second thoughts. She's told everyone I'm going to be a doctor."
"What is it with parental pressure?" I said.
"Your dad picked your course, didn't he, Kat?" Aaron asked.
"He did, but—"
"No, you've got to guess."
My fingertips drummed suspense on the tabletop. "You're not going to uni anymore?" The hope in Lisa's voice was palpable, and I flattened my hand, deflated. "I am going, but I rang up admissions and there are places on the performing arts course, so I'm swapping." "Wow. What about your dad?" I shrugged. "What he doesn't know won't hurt him." In truth, I was terrified of him finding out before I went, but after he grounded me, I thought long and hard. He was always going to treat me like a child while I was still acting like one. It was time to take charge of my life.
"Hollywood, here you come."
Jake raised his glass. "I'd be happy with a stage career." We chinked. "Are you okay?" I said to Lisa. She was jabbing at her soda water with her straw, her half-moon of lemon bobbing up and down. "It's all right for all of you, off to uni." "You didn't want to. Mum did say," Jake started.
"I know I didn't," she snapped. I still don't, but I dunno. In a way, I thought school would last forever. It's come round so quickly. You're all leaving me, and now Dad's gone.
Lisa and Jake's dad had been having an affair and had run off with his 25-year-old mistress. Lisa vowed never to talk to him again.
I don't want to leave Mum on her own, she said.
Nancy was spitting vitriol every time I went to visit, spewing hatred against women who had affairs with married men.
We're not leaving you. I reached across and squeezed her hand. It's not like you'll never see me again, sis, Jake said. I'll be home every holiday and some weekends. Bet you won't, Lisa said. Your uni isn't far from Kat's. You'll be spending all your time together. We'll always have time for you, I said. But it will be different. You'll all have exciting lives and I'll be stuck here in some crap job in shitty Farncaster. There's nothing wrong in staying in the same town, I said, although I was itching to leave. By the time we finish uni, we'll be broke with a mountain of debt and you'll probably have settled down with an amazing man and had a family. God, no, Lisa shuddered. You know how I feel about kids. Horrible, whiny things. Babies aren't for me. You might feel differently in a few years. People change, I said.
That's what I'm scared of.
Lisa's eyes were glazed with tears. Stop being paranoid. I won't change. No matter how many new people I meet, you'll always be my best friend, Lise.
Promise?
Promise.
And at that time, I meant it.
My euphoria regarding the future was tinged with sadness as I emptied my locker. It was the end of an era. The corridor was devoid of students, but was jammed full of memories. Me and Lisa shuffling along, heads down, new school shoes squeaking on the lino during our first day at a place that felt a world apart from our small, safe primary school. Later, sprinting to the canteen, knowing they always ran out of pizza, slowing, giggling as Mr. Leamington barked, "Walk, don't run!" On my way to Lisa's locker, I pressed the corner back down of the West Side Story poster that was hanging off the wall. Not long now until the performance. You nearly done? I clapped Lisa on the shoulder. She jumped, her books clattering to the floor. Sorry. I crouched down, gathering her strewn belongings. Leave them. She shielded her possessions with her arms, as though they were precious gems rather than tatty textbooks. It's okay. I picked up a folder. A packet fell out, yellowish powder inside. What's this? None of your business, Aaron said. I hadn't noticed him appear beside me. He tried to snatch the packet. I closed my fingers around it. Aaron, what are you— My eyes bounced between his face and Lisa's. The guilt and the shock. The anger. I stepped back, my hand a tight fist. What's going on, Lisa? It's nothing. If it's nothing, why are you hiding it? Lisa caught her lower lip between her teeth. If you don't tell me, I'll go to Mr. Leamington. My voice rose with anger. It's an appetite suppressant, Lisa snapped. What exactly is it, this appetite suppressant? Stop fucking shouting, cat! Aaron hissed out his words. I started to say there was no one in the corridor to overhear, but the expression on his face stopped me. It's harmless, he said. My sister took it. So they sell this in Boots, do they? If I took it in there, the pharmacist would know what it was. There was a beat. What is it? I demanded. It's mephedrone, but fuck, Lisa! We studied that in health class. The effects, if you take it in large amounts, yes, but I'm not taking it to get high. It's okay to use as an appetite suppressant in small amounts. Aaron says Aaron's not a bloody doctor, is he? It's perfectly safe, Kat, Aaron said. No drug is safe. I don't know whether I was furious at Lisa for taking it, or furious with myself for not noticing. That's why you've been having mood swings. I can't believe you encouraged this, I said to Aaron. He folded his arms and glared at me, and suddenly I understood.
Why he always had money in the pub but didn't have a part-time job. How he'd get by at uni.
You're the one who gave her it. There was no special diet your sister was on. You're dealing.
I'm not dealing. I'm helping teenage girls who want to lose weight. Just a bit of cash for uni. No harm done. You've got to admit, Lisa looks great now she's thinner. I'm doing a public service.
You bastard.
Visions of the films we'd seen during Drugs Ed replayed in my mind. The long-term effects on mental health, the people who had died. How could he call himself Lisa's friend?
I'm reporting you.
I had to, didn't I? I couldn't let him ruin lives.
Don't, Kat.
People will get the wrong idea. It's small quantities, a dire aid, that's all. I hesitated. Was that really all he was doing? Selling small amounts to girls? But then I remembered Perry approaching Aaron at his party. Got me a prezi? He'd asked, clearly off his face. I don't believe you, I said quietly. It happened in an instant. My back slamming against the lockers, his hands around my throat, the smell of lager as he snarled, "If you report me, I could get arrested, lose my place at uni. I swear, Kat, if you ruin my future, I'll fucking kill you if it's the last thing I do." Chapter 29. Now. Are you sure you have to go? I perch on the edge of the bed as Nick pulls shirts from hangers, socks from drawers, folding them neatly into his overnight bag. He looks pale and exhausted, and I know I should be supporting him, packing for him, but the encounter with Aaron at the hospital has shaken me to the core, despite him slinking away when Lisa put herself between us and told him to fuck off. There's something odd about that encounter that niggles at the back of my mind, but I can't put my finger on what it is. I've barely slept these past 2 weeks. I find myself constantly looking out of the window, convinced I can hear footsteps crunching on the gravel. I've taken to leaving the curtains drawn all day. The footprints in the snow much on my mind again, and I try to recall the size of Aaron's feet. Was it him who was here? Paranoia has wrapped itself around me like ivy, and, much to my shame, I have noticed Nick talk slower now, as though I might have trouble understanding. And I do. It often sounds as though he is speaking from far away. Even the weatherman predicting the fast-approaching May will be one of the warmest on record for years doesn't lift my mood. Someone is trying to scare me, I know. And when I insist again someone is watching the house, Nick looks at me, his eyes full of concern, full of pity. Sorry, I told you I'd have to go back to the site. It's unavoidable. Nick closes the lid of the case, zipping it up. Please try and relax, Kat. I'm worried about you. You hardly seem fit to look after yourself. We could have a baby here in as little as 3 months. His words are bruising, but worse than that is the feeling he is right. I'm trying. I know he wants me to say I am fine, but I can't. So I say what I think I should be feeling. It's just Lisa's pregnancy seems endless, and after Due and I'm so scared something will go wrong this time too. With the words, tears come, and I think perhaps I have inadvertently spoken the truth. I am scared I'll never become a mum, so I am projecting my fear onto something else, something imagined, because if I stopped to think about all the things that could go wrong with this baby, I would drive myself mad. The mattress sags as Nick sits, wrapping his arm around me. I lean my head against his shoulder. Don't you think I feel the same way? It's hard to stay positive when you've been through what we have. I have those what-if thoughts too. Something could go wrong with the birth. Lisa might bond with the baby and not sign the residency order. The court might not approve the payments. But we can't let our doubts shadow this experience. I know. Sorry. I sniff hard, feeling closer to him than I have in weeks. I could come with you.
To a building site? Not much fun. Besides, you've got your rehearsal, and Lisa's coming to stay, isn't she?
Immediately my mood lifts. I'm so looking forward to spending time with Lisa, talking babies. Nick carries on packing, throwing his toiletries into his wash bag, and I try not to mind that he's taking the Boss aftershave I bought him for Christmas, not the Body Shop one he usually wears to work.
I'll just use the loo and I'll be off.
The ensuite door clicks shut, and I sit on the bed, miserably picking at a hangnail. I hate goodbyes. I'm relieved as the landline starts to ring and I run downstairs. I am puffed out as I pick up the handset. We really should get another one upstairs, but we rarely use it. Even now I wait for the mechanical PPI tone to kick in, wondering why I ever bothered answering it at all. Instead, there is silence, and I say hello several times before putting down the phone. That's odd, I say to Nick as seconds later he hefts his bag downstairs. There was no one there.
Probably a call centre in India. They can't always connect.
I suppose.
Right, I'm off.
Nick pulls his coat out of the cloakroom.
Have you seen my scarf?
The one I bought you for Christmas? No. Hopefully you won't need it. Hot weather is coming, apparently.
We still have our heating on for now.
Nick is distracted as he kisses me goodbye. I pull him into a hug, burying my head in his chest, and he squeezes me tightly.
Everything is fine, he says,
even though I haven't asked. It's as though he is trying to reassure himself. The air is nippy as I stand in the doorway, watching him throw his things into the boot, and, although the spring bulbs are breaking through the soil, the borders speckled with yellow, white, blue, my breath clouds in front of me. Nick climbs into his car and drives away. I wave until he disappears around the corner and close the door, walk towards the kitchen. Behind me, the phone starts to ring. Hello? I speak as soon as I answer this time, but there's silence again. I wait a second to see if it is a call centre trying to connect, and I hear it. A breath. I cover the mouthpiece with my hand. Was that my breathing I heard? And there it is again, a breath. Barely audible, but someone is there. I slam down the receiver and rub my arms, still chilled from the morning air, but my goosebumps linger. I am walking into the kitchen to put the kettle on when the ringing starts again, and I snatch up the handset and shout, "Who's there?" I wait. The silence is thick, heavy. There's a faint rustling sound, and I think about all the people it could be. All the people I don't want it to be. And I slowly put the receiver down. It's nothing, I tell myself, but it does feel like something. Tamara clicks her tongue as I mess up the dance routine again. My chest heaves and I know my face is as red as the t-shirt that is damp with exertion. "You're not concentrating, Kat. Is something on your mind?" she asks. "Sorry," I say, hunched over, hands on knees. I almost wish I hadn't come, but if I miss another rehearsal, I know I'll be replaced, and I'm not quite ready to give up on my dream. "It's okay, it takes time." Alex stops the track. "And a certain level of fitness," Tamara mutters, loud enough for me to hear. I had been meaning to exercise each morning, brisk walks around the block, getting into a routine so that when the baby is here we can go out in the fresh air every day, but leaving the house is getting harder and harder. Every day I find a new excuse, the blackening sky, the threat of rain. Now a stitch burns a hole in my side. My heart is racing, and I wish I had made more effort. There are only the three of us here. We're trying to perfect the Tony and Maria parts before tomorrow's rehearsal when the rest of the cast will be present. I need some water. I shuffle into the kitchen, my legs wobbly, muscles fatigued. I twist the tap and cup my hands under the cool water and splash my face before filling a tea-stained mug and gulping greedily. "You're doing well." I start. I hadn't heard Alex come in, and water dribbles down my chin. I wipe it with the back of my hand. "I don't know if it's too much." I say this at every rehearsal. "It's not as easy as I remember." In my head, I'm still a teenager, but my body knows differently. I think you're capable, very capable. Alex always says this, too. He steps forward and reaches out a hand, and his thumb brushes my cheek. An eyelash. He blows the pad of his thumb. Make a wish. I wish we could get on with the rehearsal, mutters Tamara behind us. Sorry. It's all I seem to have said today. Alex heads out of the door. As I follow him, Tamara calls me back. I've something for you, anyway. She pushes a leaflet into my hand. It's for Weight Watchers. A few of the group go, she says. You don't have to, but... She shrugs. It isn't as straightforward getting the costumes changed as I had thought. Might be easier to lose a few pounds. Back on stage, Alex and I gaze into each other's eyes as we sing Tonight. My voice wobbles and falls off key, and Tamara stops the backing CD. Can we call it a day? I grab my bag and my sense of failure, and as I hurry towards the exit, Tamara starts to sing Tonight. And it's so beautiful, so effortless. The tense feeling in my chest tightens. The welcoming smell of tomato and basil soup greets me as I push open the front door. I'm glad I took the time to dig out the slow cooker and throw lunch together before I left for rehearsal. Despite the disaster it had been, I feel a sense of achievement just for getting out. By the time I have showered and changed, there is barely time to plump up the cushions before Lisa is knocking on the door, and I envelop her in a huge hug. Despite her loose-fitting t-shirt, I can see her bump has grown considerably, and I am glad she must have her appetite back. I press my palm against it, feeling the solidity. It's hard, isn't it? I think of my soft rolls of fat. It has to be to protect the little one, like its own room, I guess. She pulls back. Sorry, didn't mean to manhandle you. I take her huge overnight bag and usher her inside. It's okay. It's amazing how many people think they can touch my bump. In the queue at Tesco yesterday, the cashier leant over and rubbed my belly, and I felt like saying, I'm not a bloody Buddha, it won't bring you any luck. One woman wanted to see my bump, as though I'd want anyone looking at my stretch-marked skin. Weirdo. It must be intrusive, I say, but if it were me, I'd want everyone to share. The woman in the post office asked me how many weeks I was, and when I told her, she said my bump was huge and asked if I was having twins. We are both silent for a moment. People can be so fucking rude. My bump is too big, too small, I'm carrying high, so it's a girl, or I'm carrying low and it's a boy. Everyone has an opinion. Even my midwife says as the heartbeat is slow, she thinks it's a boy. Slow? Yes, but normal. Nothing to worry about. I reach for her bag. Go and put your feet up. I'll nip upstairs with your things and unpack for you. No! Lisa almost shouts, and I let go of the handles of her bag as though they have scalded me. Sorry, she offers a weak smile. I can do my own unpacking, but I've something to share with you first. Lisa looks exhausted as she sinks into the sofa and pats the space next to her. Intrigued, I sit and watch as she pulls out her iPhone. Listen. She presses play. At first, it sounds like the noise you hear when you hold a shell against your ear on the beach. Whooshing and white noise. But then I hear it. A rapid thud, thud, thud. Is that this little one's heartbeat? Lisa's hand rests on top of her bump. Can I? Lisa presses play again, and it's the sweetest thing I ever heard. The sound of life, of hope. It doesn't sound in the slightest bit slow to me. Every protective instinct lying dormant in my cells springs into being. I'll send it to you as an MP3, Lisa says, and I nod, not realizing I am crying until Lisa brushes tears from my cheeks with her fingertips. We sit for the longest time, Lisa's head on my shoulder, our fingers laced together, as I play the recording again and again. And it is in this moment perhaps for the first time, I am aware it is not just love I feel towards this baby. I am love. I'm a mum. I ladle soup into bowls and carry them carefully over to the table before I slip into the seat opposite Lisa. Bread? I offer the basket of French stick. Lisa stretches forward and her sleeve rides up. There are tiny bruises dotted over her forearm. Are you eating enough iron? Do you mean meat? I think so. Why? The bruises. I gesture towards her arm. It's a sign of anemia. Perhaps you should have a blood test. You do look pale. Lisa doesn't carry that glow some pregnant women seem to have. She looks washed out. Black half-moons fill the hollows under her eyes. I'll mention it when I next see the midwife. Lisa, you are looking after yourself, aren't you? She knows what I mean. Kat, we talked about this in depth before we started this surrogacy thing. I made one mistake as a teenager in a desperate bid to be thin. Please don't bring it up again. It was 10 years ago. We've talked it through. I told you I've never taken anything since. I know. I do believe you, honest. It's just you don't look well. Everything is fine. Anyway, I've another appointment for a scan, next Friday. You'll come? You'll see for yourself baby is healthy. It's not good enough, Lisa. I've been looking at the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence online. You really should have had the scan by now. Ideally, yes. My midwife is cross, but she's been keeping an extra eye on me. If there isn't a sonographer available, what can they do? You know how overstretched the NHS is. I get people shouting at me almost daily for things that aren't my fault. I guess. I read some women choose not to have a scan. I wonder why. God knows. I definitely can't wait for mine. A chance to see your baby. Lisa smiles as she looks at me. Do you want to know the sex? I'm not sure. I rest my spoon on the side of my bowl. With Mai and Due, we knew, of course, and it helped with the nursery, the clothes. I try not to think of the folded sleep suits they would never wear. But this time, it might be nice to have a surprise. What do you think? Lisa studies me for a second before answering. I think you should have a surprise, Kat. I am puzzled by her tone for a moment, until she slides a gift-wrapped box towards me. What's this? I turn it over in my hands as though it might reveal itself to me. Open it. I tear off the candy-striped paper and laugh. It's a bottle of Eva perfume. Eva Longoria finally got her ass into gear. Lisa smiles as I spray my wrists. You remembered, I say, as I inhale jasmine and lily of the valley. Lisa looks me straight in the eye. I remember everything. Later, I have cleared away the lunch things and am on the sofa, my feet tucked under me, flicking through a copy of Mother and Baby I bought. I have sent Lisa for a lie-down. She looked tired and pinched. The phone trills, and I hurry to the hallway and lift the receiver before it can wake Lisa. I lift it to my ear and hear the static coming down the line. Hello? It's a question, not a greeting, and the air feels charged with tension, and all of a sudden I feel angry, not afraid. Whoever is wasting my time, let's see how they like it. I stay on the line, silent, waiting for them to get bored, to hang up. But minutes tick by, and I shift my weight from one foot to the other. Lisa will be down soon, and now this seems childish, fruitless. I slam the handset down, but before I can return to the lounge, a shadow falls. There's a figure outside the frosted glass of the front door. I wait for the knock. Instead, light illuminates the hall once more, and there's scuffling, as though someone is crawling around the porch. I tiptoe into the lounge, part the slats of the blind with my thumb and forefinger. The afternoon is bright, quiet. There's no one there, no sound of a vehicle. I go back to the front door and press my ear against it. There's nothing to be heard but birdsong. I fling open the door and a breeze washes over me. There's no one on the street, no mysterious figure, and I chide myself for my overactive imagination. But that's before I look down, before I see it. On the doorstep is a wreath, a green ribbon stretched across the centre. R.I.P. written in blood-red letters. Chapter 30. Now. Sunday sunshine streams through the window, but it doesn't lighten my mood. I barely slept last night. The wreath and the phone calls had set me on edge, and even with Lisa here, without Nick, the house seemed too cold. Yesterday evening I went over to Claire's to see if she had noticed anyone hanging around the house, but she wasn't home. I rang Nick to talk things through, but it had gone straight to voicemail, and in bed I had felt myself growing more and more agitated as I'd tossed and turned. The R.I.P. in blood-red letters was etched onto my mind. I lay staring at the ceiling as the house creaked and settled around me, imagining each groan of the floorboard was someone creeping up the stairs. R.I.P. It was only when I slipped in my earbuds and played the recording of the baby's heart I began to relax. My legs feel heavy as I climb out of bed this morning. I trudge over to the door and lift my fleecy dressing gown from its hook. It may be spring, but the mornings are still chilly. Lisa is already in the kitchen, nibbling on toast. Did you find everything you need? The breakfast bar is bare save Lisa's plate, and I pull open the cupboard and lift out jars of local honey, apricot jam and Marmite. Trying to make me throw up? You still have morning sickness. Have you mentioned it to your midwife? According to my book, the nausea should have passed and she should be full of energy. She looks as exhausted as I feel. She said some women have it throughout. I'm just unlucky, I think. But if you're not getting enough nutrients, I'm hardly wasting away. Lisa rubs her stomach. Anyway, you don't look the picture of health yourself this morning. I perch onto a stool next to Lisa and pluck a piece of toast from the rack. I didn't sleep well. That wreath, you're not still thinking about that. It probably got delivered to the wrong address. But why didn't the person who delivered it knock on the door? It seems odd to just leave it on the step, don't you think? Not really. It's not like delivering a bouquet of red roses, is it? Something happy. Where there's a wreath, there's a loss, and that makes people uncomfortable. What if it was meant for me? Why would it be? Lisa asks. Punishment? For what? I can feel Lisa's eyes on me, but I can't look at her. For Jake. I touch the cross around my neck. Someone is out to get me. I know. Paranoia is as thick as the strawberry jam I spread on my toast. It looks like blood. I push it away. Lise, I hate myself for asking. What was in your bag yesterday you didn't want me to see? I can't help analysing her panic as I'd offered to unpack. The perfume. For fuck's sake, Kat, what are you implying? Nothing, sorry. It's just that it's almost the anniversary. I always struggle at this time of year, but somehow this year is worse. 10 years. Don't you think I don't know when the fucking anniversary is? Lisa's eyes are blazing. Sorry, so you bloody should be. Jake wouldn't want us to... Don't you think I know what Jake would and wouldn't have wanted? He was my brother, Kat. I know. Sorry. Please, can we forget this? Move on. Lisa is silent, anger still radiating from her like heat. Lisa, forgive me. Course. We lean forward and have an awkward one-armed hug. With forgiveness should come peace, but the wreath by the back door seems to taunt us. R.I.P. There isn't always peace for the ones left behind, is there? Are you sure you won't be bored? I say to Lisa, putting the car in reverse and backing off the drive, past Lisa's Fiat 500. I'm glad to see it's back on the road after the money I gave her for repairs. The thought of anyone watching me rehearse makes me feel faint. Goodness knows how I'll feel when I'm on stage in front of an audience. I'm looking forward to it, she says, and I believe her. At school, she'd always sit cross-legged on the hall floor as I practiced, eyes following my every move, clapping, even when I forgot my lines. I drive slowly past Claire's house, looking for a sign she is awake. I want to ask her if she saw who delivered the wreath yesterday. Her bedroom curtains are still drawn and the post is still sticking out of her letterbox. Ada must be letting her have a lie-in. In the community centre, I introduce Lisa to everyone, and she is bombarded with questions from the women. She glances at me uncomfortably, unsure what to say. I watch the fuss everyone makes of her, the seat that is produced, the drink, the biscuits. I want to share that at nearly 26 weeks, Beanie is the size of a spring onion and is inhaling and exhaling small amounts of amniotic fluid, developing their lungs. But no one ever thinks to ask me. Tamara is friendlier today, smiling as she presses play on the backing track. Keeping my eyes trained on Lisa, it is easy to imagine I'm back in that school hall, shimmying and shaking away my adult insecurities, until I am once again the young girl full of hope, full of possibilities. I sidestep, twirl, and my voice has never soared so high, carrying my emotion up to the fluorescent strip lights buzzing and flickering on the ceiling. In front of me, Lisa morphs into Jake, and all that I am, all that I want to be, goes into my performance until the last bars fade and I am crouching on the stage, chest heaving. Once again, I am aware of Alex telling me I am magnificent. Lisa stands, clapping, and the harried expression she has been wearing is replaced by one of utter joy. And I know she feels it too. She feels Jake too. My legs are trembling as I step off the stage. Alex proffers his hand and I take it, and when I am back on level ground, he doesn't let it go, but I am glad as I lean into him limply. "You were marvellous," Lisa hugs me. "Maria, finally!" Not quite as glamorous. I pull at my t-shirt, sticking to my skin. I'm just going to freshen up. The toilet is small and dingy. I tug blue paper towels from the dispenser and dab my skin dry before running a brush through my hair. Once dressed, I pull at the door, but it is locked. It can't be. The caretaker opens it when he knows we are coming and locks it after we leave. I pull at the handle again. It's definitely locked. The room is hot and airless. There aren't any windows, and rationally I know that I won't be here forever. Someone will come and find me. But panic rises all the same, and I am sucking in air, feeling the chemicals of the toilet cleaner catch the back of my throat. I am trapped. I feel lightheaded, my heart beating rapidly in my chest, and I bang on the doors with my fists, fighting the urge to scream. Fear bubbles, and I don't know what is then and what is now. "Please help." It was almost a whisper. I had been alone for hours and my throat was sore from shouting, my hands stinging from banging on the door that rattled and reverberated every time I hit it. I have to believe he won't hurt me, but I'd seen the look in his eye and I wasn't sure. "Please, I'll be good, please." My hands were clasped together, and I thought I was speaking to God, but he didn't answer. No one answered. It was hot, the air stagnant with the smell of my own fear. My hands flew to my throat. I was drawing in oxygen through short, sharp bursts through my nose, and there was a mounting pressure in my chest. I was going to suffocate. I was going to die here. "Please!" I shouted this time, rattling the door as hard as I could. "What do you want?" But even as I ask, there's a horrible dawning realization, and I know what he wants. I lie on the floor and curl into a ball.
No, no, no. I won't do it. I won't.
Cat?
Lisa! Oh, thank God, I can't get out.
I tug at the door. Hang on. There's a pause. The handle turns and the air cools as the door falls open. It was stuck, that's all.
I thought...
My distress rises again. I know what you thought. Lisa strokes my hair. I know. And I cling to her, grateful she is here. Chapter 31. Then. The handle to the locker was pressing hard against my spine, but my body was turning numb, the feel of Aaron's hands squeezing my throat fading away. My fingers clawed at his grip. It felt as though my skull was expanding, a balloon inflating inside my head. I couldn't breathe, couldn't swallow. My eyeballs ached, the edges of my vision blurred and darkened, and I felt myself slipping, sliding. Just as I was surrendering to the feeling of nothingness, light and noise came rushing back. I slumped to the floor where I covered my throat with my hands as I sucked in air.
For fuck's sake, Aaron!
Lisa was thumping him on the chest.
I didn't...
I could feel his gaze on me.
I wasn't... Just fuck off!
Lisa shoved him, hard.
But if Cat, I'll talk to Cat.
Their words were muffled, my body shaking with shock. Aaron ran his fingers through his hair, and for a second I thought he wasn't going to leave, but he said, "You better keep her quiet, Lise." As his footsteps pounded down the corridor, I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't support me. "Let's go and talk." Lisa gripped my hands to pull me up, and for the first time I noticed how frail she had become. How awful she looked. Huge purple shadows under her eyes, skin pale. I'd thought it was the pressure of the exams. What sort of friend had I been?
I said I'd meet Jake.
It hurt to talk. I brushed at my throat, still feeling a pressure there.
Jake! It's always fucking Jake, isn't it?
Suddenly she was furious.
This isn't about you or Jake or Aaron. It's about me. For once, it's about me. You need help,
I said in a voice that sounded nothing like mine. The balloon inside my head was deflating. Dizziness tilted the floor.
For what? Wanting to be thinner? If that's the case, most of the girls in our year need help too. There are healthy ways.
I couldn't think straight, my head swimming.
It's no different to Slim Fast shakes or those herbal tablets that promise quick weight loss. You can buy those everywhere. If they were that unhealthy, they wouldn't sell them, would they? It's not remotely the same as Slim Fast. Why didn't you tell me, Lise? I'm here for you. That makes a bloody change.
She turned and ran, and I scrambled as I tried to catch her, my shoulder crashing into the metal lockers.
Lisa, wait!
We were halfway to hers by the time I caught up with her. She spun around to face me.
You mustn't tell Kat.
It was the first time I was to hear those words that week. The second time, I try not to think about the second time. It's almost more than I can bear.
Lisa, it isn't just you. What if someone has a bad reaction, dies? Do you want that on your conscience? No one is going to die. It's not heroin, Kat. So yeah, it gives me a bit of a buzz, but not in a bad way. It feels good, happy. You should try it and then you'd see it's not so bad. Lisa, listen to yourself. I have to. You never listen to me anymore. That's not fair. It's all about my brother, isn't it? You don't care about me. I do.
That much was true. But maybe I didn't care in the all-consuming centre of my world way I had before. The fabric of our relationship had become unravelled, knitting back together in an entirely different way. The edges no longer seamless. Sometimes it was dizzying keeping up with the ever-shifting dynamics, the vying for attention.
Jake, Jake, Jake.
Lisa spun around slowly in a circle, hands clasped over her ears like a child. It was frightening. I almost didn't recognise her. Stop it! I grabbed her wrists tightly and pulled her hands down. Jake! Jake! The slap I gave her stung my palm, cracked like a whip. To this day, I don't know which of us was more shocked. I stood rooted to the pavement long after Lisa had disappeared around the corner, and as I turned and began to walk home, my hand still tingled. That night I had told my parents I felt too sick to eat dinner. That was true, at least. I texted Jake to tell him that I had a headache and was having an early night. I didn't know what to say to him. Lisa was his sister, and he had a right to know, but she was also my best friend, and my loyalty felt shredded. What should I do? It took me ages to make a decision as I tossed and turned in the heat, kicking the covers off before dragging them back up to my chin again when I felt cold. At midnight, my phone vibrated. Jake. Do you feel any better? Missing you. Missing you too. Fancy meeting in the park? It's too warm to sleep. I hesitated. I was going to have to face him sometime, talk things through. I'll meet you in 20. A clamp tightened around my chest as I silently crept across the landing, being careful to avoid the loose bit of carpet at the top of the stairs Dad still hadn't fixed. 1 step. 2. The third creaked, despite my carrying my shoes in my hand. I froze, waiting for the hallway to flood with light, for my parents to shout, "Where do you think you are going?" But there was nothing. Somehow the silence seemed the loudest thing of all. I pressed forward, descending the rest of the staircase as quickly as I could, holding my breath as though they might be able to hear me exhale. But I was unable to quieten the thudding of my heart, which sounded terrifyingly loud. The hallway was shrouded in darkness. I caught my hip on the handle of the cupboard under the stairs, and the sharp pain tugged a cry from my lips. I clamped my teeth together and hobbled into the kitchen. It was lighter in there, moonlight pouring through the window. My stomach rolled at the stale smell of the fried eggs Mum had cooked for dinner. What was I doing? I reached for the back door, my fingertips gripped the key. Every instinct in me was telling me to go back to bed. I was bound to get caught. And yet I slipped on my shoes and turned the key. The back door creaked open. I tiptoed down the side of the house, paused as the latch on the gate squeaked open. It wasn't too late. I could go back to bed, but while my mind wavered, my feet didn't falter. I ran as fast as I could, not slowing until I reached the park. He was there, in shadows, slowly spinning on the roundabout that squeaked. I suppose if I had slowed down, I might have realized the figure was too tall to be Jake. Too stocky. I suppose I might have noticed the white van parked outside the park gates. But as it wasn't until I drew alongside him I realized it wasn't Jake at all. It was Aaron. The initial stab of betrayal I felt as I realized Lisa must have texted me from Jake's phone paled in comparison to the fear that rose as Aaron stood and loomed towards me, a twisted expression on his face. Chapter 32. Now. The community centre shrinks in my rearview mirror. Lisa chats about the singing, the dancing, but all I hear is white noise. The terror I'd felt at being locked in the toilet still nestles beneath my skin, and I drive faster than I should, desperate to be home, to feel safe. Shit! I've pulled into the cul-de-sac too fast, almost in the path of an Interflora van. My brakes squeal as I screech to a halt. As the van stops and cuts its engine, I put my car into neutral and pull on my handbrake. The delivery driver steps out, opening the back doors, and I am fearing the worst, but instead of a wreath, he pulls out a bouquet. sunshine sunflowers and creamy roses. I puff out a sigh of relief. Sunflowers are my favourite, and Nick includes them in every bouquet he sends me. I think he must be feeling guilty about being away, although I see from his car on our driveway he is already back. Are they for me? I step out of the car and flash a smile as I hold out my hands. Number 8? The driver asks. No, I glance over the road and gesture towards Claire's house. He thanks me and I stand, hand shading the sun, and watch as Claire opens the door. Even from this distance I can see the joy lighting up her face. Inside I call Nick's name, racing through the house. In the kitchen I hear the gurgle of water gushing through the pipes above me. Nick must be in the shower. I tell Lisa I'll be back in a sec and take the stairs 2 at a time, bursting into the ensuite. You're home! I state the obvious. Are you okay? Nick studies me, and I don't know what to say. How can I tell him I thought I was locked in a toilet? Someone delivered a wreath to the wrong address, dialed the wrong number. It sounds ridiculous, and he's already looking at me with concern, the way he does when my panic attacks are fierce, snatching my breath, rendering me helpless. He wouldn't understand, and how could he unless I tell him the truth? The urge to be honest bites at me, but the ramifications are enormous, and I would crumble under the weight of them. How was your trip? I deflect. Even in the steam of the bathroom, Nick looks washed out. The minty shower gel swirling in soapy suds at his feet clearly hasn't refreshed him. He has lost weight, his stomach almost flat. He twists off the dial and the shower head drip, drip, drips. It was fine. Everything is close to being sorted. I might need to go away for another weekend, though. He yawns. An early night is in order. I'm up for that. I'll sleep easier with him next to me. I might sleep in the spare room tonight. I'm so knackered. You can stay up late with Lisa and not have to worry about waking me when you come to bed. My protests gather and retreat. He's never slept in the spare room before, but his eyes are rimmed red and he does look exhausted. I'll start dinner. I'm not that hungry. He steps out of the cubicle. You must eat with us. Lisa is here. I don't know if I can cope with all the baby talk, the family stuff. Sorry, he adds as my face falls. Of course I'll join you. I'm just shattered. I'll be down soon. I hesitate for a second before leaving the room, but he doesn't speak again, scouring furiously at his skin with a rough white towel instead, as though he wishes he could rub himself away. In the kitchen, Lisa is lifting things out of the fridge. I thought I'd cook. She sets a box of eggs on the side. I'm supposed to be looking after you. I know it shook you up, what happened earlier. Do you think someone deliberately locked me in? Why would they do that? Lisa tilts her head to one side as she waits for my answer. I don't know. Outside the window, the sky is darkening, day dissolving into night. What are you cooking? How about a frittata? Do you have a silicone dish? No, but Claire probably does. I need to see if she's sold her raffle tickets yet for the bank holiday fundraiser. I jam my feet back into my shoes. Outside, the wind is whipping the cherry tree outside our house, and it creaks and bends. I knock on Claire's door and wrap my arms around myself to keep out the biting chill as I wait. Cat! Surprise crosses her face. I shuffle from foot to foot, trying to keep warm. Could I borrow a silicone baking dish? Sure. She hesitates, glances behind her before stepping backwards. Come in a sec. Gorgeous flowers. The bouquet delivered earlier stands on the coffee table in a cracked silver vase. Secret admirer? Unfortunately not. I wait for her to elaborate further, but she walks into the kitchen and calls over her shoulder, I'll just grab you the silicone dish. Her heels click, click, click against the tiles in the kitchen. I can't resist crossing the lounge and picking out the card that came with the flowers. Scribbled in blue biro is the letter N and a single X. But that is enough to make my heart twist. Claire's footsteps grow louder, and I drop the card and pick up a brochure for Italy and thumb through it, hardly taking in the images of brilliant blue sky and white sandy beaches. Nick and I never did book that holiday. It looks stunning, doesn't it? Claire peers over my shoulder. I fancy the coast, but think I'm going to start with Rome. Expensive? The word slips out automatically, but she is always complaining Akil doesn't pay maintenance. We can dream. She lifts the brochure from my hand and replaces it with a silicone dish. No hurry to bring it back. As she ushers me out to the hallway, I start to ask about the raffle tickets, but trail off mid-sentence as I notice a scarf hanging on a hook behind the front door. A blue cashmere scarf that looks just like Nick's. I turn to Claire. She busies herself unlocking the front door, head lowered, hair falling in front of her face, but she can't hide 2 pink spots high on her cheeks. Nick is speaking in muted tones, and I hover outside his study, ear pressed to the door. It'll be longer next time, he says, and there's a pause before he continues. No, I haven't told her. A sigh. I know, but it isn't easy. Too much water under the bridge. My heart quickens and there's a low humming noise in my ears. I'm still standing in the hallway when the study door clicks open. I have one hand on the wall as though reassuring myself some things are solid, reliable. Who were you talking to? Richard, Nick says without a beat. What were you talking about? I rang to invite him for lunch. I hope that's okay. It would be if I believed him. But I know my husband, and the flush staining his neck tells me all I need to know. He is lying. Neither of us speak, conveying silent messages with our eyes. Eventually I say, fine, and walk head high into the kitchen, where I clink open the fridge and pour a glass of wine, sipping it slowly while I try to put my thoughts into some sort of order. I need time to think things through properly, but if I don't challenge him about the bouquet and the scarf, am I accepting his lies? Does that make me as bad as him? It takes a liar to know a liar, and right now I've never felt closer together or further apart from my husband. I drain my glass of Pinot and turn to face Nick as he enters the room. What time is Richard coming? I ask, and Nick's face sags with relief. I've set the precedent, pretended to believe him. Whatever happens now, I'll only have myself to blame. I pour another glass of wine. Richard arrives 45 minutes later, and I swallow back my surprise as we air-kiss our hellos. Perhaps Nick really was talking to him earlier. Perhaps it is solely the 10-year anniversary making me jumpy and paranoid. I try to recall the conversation, but my memory is alcohol hazy. Lisa serves the frittata, and I pass the salad bowl. This could be any other Friends for Lunch gathering, but the atmosphere feels charged somehow, and I'm not sure if it's the spark of suspicion warming my stomach, rendering me unable to eat, or if everyone feels it too. I watch Nick as he stabs his fork into a cherry tomato with more aggression than is necessary. Lisa stretches over and touches his hand. Are you okay, Nick? Just tired. I'm not surprised, Richard says. He glances at Nick and something invisible passes between them. I feel I could cry. Is Nick having an affair? Does everyone know? I push my plate away and draw my glass nearer, cradling it between 2 hands. The doorbell rings, and Nick raises his hand to signal he'll get it. He pushes back his chair. Hushed voices drift into the kitchen, and I strain to hear who he's talking to, but Richard fills the silence with his booming voice. Lisa, I don't know much about you. Not much to tell, Lisa says. I'm a nurse. Nick sits back down, and I raise my eyebrows, questioning. Claire, he says. She's brought the raffle ticket stubs and cash over. I told her we're eating, so she's scribbling you a note in the study. She'll let herself out. Oh, she brought my scarf over too. I must have left it there when we were over the other night for drinks. He lowers his eyes and picks up his cutlery. I try to remember if he wore his scarf when we went over. It was one of those rare spring evenings we could sit outside, so I don't think it was warm enough, but I can't be certain. My head spins as metal clanks against china. I feel as though I'm at the Mad Hatter's tea party, swimming against an undercurrent I don't quite understand. And you enjoy it, nursing? Richard asks, as though the interruption never happened. I love it. The hours are tough. Shifts. And sometimes her brow furrows. People die. She looks at me as she says this. I can imagine that's hard. Richard tops up his glass, and I tilt mine towards him. And the money isn't very good, of course, for nurses. Speaking of money, I didn't want to bring this up, but you need some more? What for? Richard asks, and I think he should stay out of things that don't concern him. They've put the rent up on my flat. We have to be mindful of the 20k limit, for want of a better word. We don't want to complicate the court process when it comes to the parental order, do we? Richard asks, although it isn't really a question. Of course not, Lisa says. Normally I'd be okay with my overtime, but with this little one, I promised Kat I'd cut down on my hours. She pats her stomach. I'd hate to have to move back to my mum's house. Her lip begins to tremble. I'd feel so trapped. As she says trapped, her eyes meet mine, and something skitters inside, and I'm back in the community centre, back in the toilet fighting to get out. There is the fleeting thought Lisa could have locked me in, but I dismiss it immediately. She's my friend, isn't she? But it suddenly strikes me what was odd about seeing Aaron. The fact that Lisa told me on New Year's Day that she never sees him. Surely if he works at the hospital too, it's inevitable they'd run into each other occasionally. Why is it only now I am remembering the way she betrayed me before? There's a sense the world is moving too fast. I feel disjointed, disconnected. After lunch, I tell everyone I have a migraine and slink up to the bedroom, seeking out 10 minutes of peace. It's not exactly a lie. There's a headache creeping behind my eyes, and I press my fingers into my temple to massage the pain. On the bedside cabinet is Nick's phone, and I can't help picking it up. It feels weighted with secrets. My thumb brushes the screen, and it illuminates, and even as I kid myself I'm only checking the time, I swipe right, but it asks for a lock code, and I know he must be hiding something. Nick's never had security on his phone before. I try my birthday, his birthday, our house number, and I'm about to give up when I try the letters from his number plate, and I'm in. My hand starts to shake. Do I want to do this? Nothing good will come of it. Once I know, I can't not know. And yet curiosity burns, and I find myself opening his emails. I scan the list. Work. Spam. Amazon. Nothing suspicious there, and I tell myself I should quit while I'm ahead, but that doesn't stop me from reading his texts. The top one is from a number, not a name. So good to see you. Thanks for stopping the night. X. Something akin to a scream builds and builds. Not now. Not Nick. We finally got a baby on the way. Everything should be perfect, but it's all crumbling around me and I don't know how to stop it. There's a heavy tread of feet clumping up the stairs. Nick? I lock the phone and clatter it on the bedside table and dart over to the window as though I am just enjoying the view. Outside, under the pergola, the rose bushes are beginning to flower. Cream for Douay and lemon for Mai. But behind the pergola, almost hidden from view, are Richard and Lisa, deep in conversation. He is waving his hands and she is frowning, and even through the double glazing I can hear the sounds of raised voices. Lisa turns, stalks back towards the kitchen, and I see tears sliding down her cheeks. I press one palm to the window, one against my chest. What has Richard done? What has he said? I think about Mai and Douay, the babies I lost, the babies he lost us. He raises his face to the window. Our eyes lock and his face has a strange expression. Of hate? Of nervousness? I back away from the window, exhausted with the emotion of everything, trying not to overthink, but knowing I will. I can. I do. Panic nestles under my skin, ready to break free. The front door slams, an engine thrums, tires squeal. I race down the stairs. Lisa has gone. Chapter 33. Now. I wake with a jolt, the baby crying in my mind. I'm scrunched in the rocking chair in the nursery. Outside, the sun is slipping beneath the rooftops, and the sky is streaked red and gold. My earbuds are still in, and I press play on my phone to listen to the recording once more. Resting my head back on a cushion, I begin to rock. Staring at the ceiling for so long, black specks swarm into my vision. I can't believe I have dozed. I had burst into the kitchen, demanding to know where Lisa had gone. The silence did little to alleviate my panic, and I asked again, louder this time, "Where is she?" "On her way home, I expect," Richard had said. "But she was supposed to stay the night. She didn't even say goodbye." I stared hard at him. "You said you had a migraine. She probably thought it was the right thing to do." "Nick?" But his response was a shrug, and, exasperated, I had huffed my way upstairs and punched out a text to Lisa asking her to call. But my phone lay still and silent. My eyelids grew heavy as I dug my toes into the carpet, pushing myself back and forth, the crinkly rabbit on my lap, listening for the burst of life on my phone. Sleep must have claimed me. I massage my neck and tilt my head from left to right, before padding over to the front window and peering out of the curtains. Richard's car is gone, and I am reassured to see Nick's car still there. Is he having an affair? What did Richard say to Lisa? Why did she leave? Thoughts crowd in on me. I feel I am standing on the brink, but on the brink of what? I do not know. My forehead dips until it's resting on the cool glass. Again. It's all falling apart. Again. Nick didn't come to bed last night, and breakfast is strained. His eyes are glued to his mobile, thumbs tapping against the screen, and jealousy curdles as I wonder who he is talking to. My toast is overdone, crunchy. I spread a thick layer of honey and bite into it, letting the sticky sweetness trickle down my throat, forming a barrier against the accusations that bubble and rise. Nick leaves the table, still fixated on his phone. He mumbles goodbye, and there's an empty space on the top of my head where his kiss should be. It seems incredible that only 4 months ago we were the happiest couple I know. I can't carry on like this. I think perhaps we should go for marriage counselling before we end up like Claire and Akil. I don't know how she copes without a father for Ada. The house feels too big, too empty. Rain lashes against the windows. I pull my cardigan tighter around me. It's hard to believe that yesterday I was wearing shorts. Lisa's phone goes straight to voicemail when I ring again. She's probably at work. I can't shake the way her face seemed to hollow as she talked to Richard, the colour that drained from her lips. I rattle off a text. Please let me know you are okay. And the second I put the handset down, I snatch it up again to check for a reply, even though it hasn't beeped. I'm edgy, unsettled. I pace the kitchen. There's nothing to clean. My mind is busy. I switch the radio on to classic FM, and soothing music fills the air. Vivaldi, I think. The raindrops seem to patter out the melody. I splay the charity's admin over the kitchen table. This is my favourite room. Usually I find it calming watching the birds swinging from the feeder outside the window, the light streaming through, turning the tiles a warm apricot. Sometimes I can almost imagine a dog snoozing by the French doors, body angled to warm in the sun. I always wanted a Labrador. Perhaps this is the right time. We could go on long walks, the wheels of the pram scrunching through orange autumn leaves, the smell of damp earth, the puppy straining at the lead. The image is so chocolate box perfect, it takes a second to realise what has pulled me back to the kitchen. There are no muddy wellies and damp raincoats, collections of conkers in a bowl on the sideboard. Just polished floors and uncluttered work surfaces. The landline is ringing. Hello? I am annoyed at the interruption. Hello? My tone is sharper now. I wait. Listen. There's a breath, soft and light. Who is this? With the handset to my ear, I stride to the front door, pull the handle to make sure it's locked. It all speeds towards me. The phone calls, the wreath, the broken car window. I'm losing control again, and everything I want seems so close and so far away. You mustn't tell, Kat. I hear the words, sharp and clear, but I know they are part of the memories fighting to break free of the locked box I have kept them in for so long. I slam the handset back in its cradle, as though I am slamming the lid of the box down. But when I try to seal it back up, it springs open again. There is the familiar tightening of my chest, the feeling of lightness. My knuckles are almost blue as I clutch the whole table while the world rocks around me. I'm okay. There's a noise. A text. It's Lisa. Sorry, Kat. I press dial, but her phone is switched off. I sink to the bottom stair and drop my head onto my knees. What is she sorry for? For leaving yesterday? Or something else? Something worse? I text, asking her to call me, and chew my lips so hard I wince. I'm shaking now. I haul myself to my feet. I can't allow myself to think anything will go wrong. I can't lose another baby. I won't. I'm going to finish the books for the charity. I'm going to be normal. I know I sold some raffle tickets at the rehearsal yesterday, and I lift my handbag from its hook, unzipping it to find the stubs. There's not much in my bag, and immediately I see my purse is missing. I rummage through the makeup, tissue packet, throat sweets, hairbrush, but I can't see the flash of purple leather. Kneeling on the carpet, I tip the contents out, but it's definitely not there. I close my eyes, retracing my steps. When did I last have it? I remember seeing it when we got to rehearsal and I dropped my keys into my bag, but was it there when I took them out again? I call Nick to ask him whether I should cancel the credit cards, but his phone is off, so I text instead. For a second, I'm at a loss. I want to tally all the cash I collected, finish the balance sheets, and make a payment to the bank today. I remember the money in the safe. I'd sold 4 books, so I'll take £20. I should wait for Nick to come home, really. He was annoyed I'd taken out the money for the cab before and forgot to tell him, and I promised him I wouldn't go in there again. If I find my purse, though, he'll never know, and if I don't do this, I'll only sit and think dark thoughts. I punch in Nick's birthday combination, nevertheless, and pull the door, my mouth falling open when I see what's inside. What isn't inside? In place of the stack of notes is a teddy bear, and I lift him out and finger the red ribbon tight around his neck. He isn't new. There are thinning patches of fur and his nose is hanging off. Where did he come from? Nick wouldn't be giving this to our baby. I sniff the top of the bear's head. Musty. At once I want to ring Nick and ask him about it, but I spot a small black box in the corner of the safe. Inside, nestled on black velvet, is a ring. Emerald and diamond sparkle. I run my fingers over the stones. It must be for my 30th birthday. That explains the missing money. We share a bank account and buying presents for each other is always awkward. I brought up my birthday last week, not wanting Nick to be extravagant, but he was evasive and now I see why. He's already thinking about it. I can't help slipping the ring onto my index finger and holding my hand up to the light, watching the diamonds sparkle. It fits perfectly, and I practice widening my eyes, loosening my jaw, the perfect surprised face. But I can't even summon any fake enthusiasm. Where did the bear come from, and why didn't Nick show him to me? I can't even ask him now, or he'll know I've seen the ring. A hot flush sweeps over me, and I bundle everything back into the safe exactly as I found it. The phone rings again. I won't answer it this time. I won't. As I leave the study, I catch a glimpse of a figure at the end of the driveway, staring at the house. Why would anyone be standing outside in the pouring rain? My panic rises quickly. Someone is out to get me. Nick won't believe me. I can't calm down. I don't know who I am morphing into. I don't even know my husband anymore. Why isn't there enough air? I stretch the neck of my t-shirt. The phone falls silent. Seconds later there is a banging on the front door, hard and relentless. The bulk of a man visible through the glass. I can't take this anymore. Unbidden, my fingertips twist the key, begin to turn the handle. My heart rate goes wild again, as I prepare to face whoever is out there. Chapter 34. Then. There was a horrible, horrible minute when Nick thought he'd beaten his dad to death, but he'd staggered to his feet. Neither Nick nor his mum made a move to stop him swaying down the hallway, shoulder bumping into the walls, hand pressed against his head. They had both flinched when the front door slammed shut. Dusk fell, casting shadows across the kitchen, but neither Nick nor his mum flicked on the light switch. He didn't want to see the disappointment in her eyes, and he wished darkness would fall a little quicker to cloak his shame. "Do you think he'll come back?" Nick stared into his untouched coffee, a skin forming across the top. He kept his hands stuffed under the table where he couldn't see his swollen knuckles, although he could still feel them throbbing. "I don't know where else he'd go." Nick's mum sipped her tea now it had cooled, careful not to press the cup against the left side of her mouth. "Mum, you should leave him. Kick him out, something." "He wasn't always like this, you know. We met at a dance. Elvis was singing 'Are You Lonesome Tonight?' and he offered me his hand and twirled me around the floor. Afterwards we sat and talked for hours, and nobody had ever been so interested in what I had to say. We laughed so much." Nick didn't think his mum would see the slight raise of his eyebrows in the semi-darkness, but she said, I know. But he was funny and kind, and he was a different person then. The accident changed him. Being in constant pain, not being able to work, he felt less of a man, I suppose. Lost his purpose. "It doesn't excuse him hitting you," Nick said quietly. "I know, but I kept hoping he would come back. That man I fell in love with. When I was ill, it was the real him who brought me cups of tea and held my hand during chemo. Not this other version of him." Her voice cracked. They fell into silence. Nick was unsure what to say. Outside, a car alarm screamed. Nick gazed out of the window at the moon, and, although he was an adult, he still wished he had a rocket sometimes and could zoom into space. The sky, popping with stars, always seemed so still, so peaceful. "He could come back again, couldn't he?" Mum sniffed, and Nick's heart broke as he realised she was crying. "He did it before, and he must still be there somewhere, under the pain, the anger, the frustration. The man who used to bring me a bunch of carnations after work every Friday, and a bacon sandwich in bed on a Sunday. Is it too late, Nick, for him to be the father he was? He doted on you once, you know. He'd make a coin appear from behind your ear, and you'd look at him with such wonder, with such love." Nick screwed his eyes and searched through his memory. It sounded as though his mum was talking about someone else, but despite everything, he felt something inside him soften. He was about to ask her how old he was, and when it all went wrong, wanting to get to know this other father, this stranger, when there was a thumping at the front door. "Bet he's forgotten his keys." Mum scraped her chair back, but Nick stretched out his hand and touched her arm. "Let me go." Nick felt strangely calm as he walked towards the front door, towards his father's apologies. He wondered whether this might be a new beginning for them all, a chance to sit down and talk, a fresh start. But as he opened the door, his stomach dipped. "Nicholas White," said the policeman, a stern expression on his face. "I'm arresting you on suspicion of assault." And as the policeman read Nick his rights, he couldn't hear anything except the click of the handcuffs. He twisted his neck and saw his mum hovering behind him, hands clapped over her mouth. But he couldn't feel anything except the cold steel of the metal and his icy, icy heart. Chapter 35. Now. Hairy knees are the first thing I see as I crack open the front door. "Morning, Mrs. White." Our postman, forever cheerful, forever in shorts, no matter how bad the weather, hands me a rain-damp package. My eyes are drawn over his shoulder, and there's a dishevelled-looking man, salt and pepper beard, staring right at me, and instinctively I know he is the one who has been here before. Our eyes connect, and he glances at the floor, but he doesn't move. I close the door quickly and lean against it, my spine uncomfortable against the rigid surface. The package feels heavy in my hands. Part of me wants to throw it away without opening it, knowing whatever is inside the package will be bad. The image of the wreath is burned onto the inside of my eyelids. My fingers are shaking as I start to peel off the soggy cardboard, which disintegrates as I touch it. Inside is a book. How to Cope with Death. It tumbles from my hand as fear slides me to my haunches. I can't cope with death. 10 years. You mustn't tell, Kat. I am longing to tell, to atone, but I am frightened. Still too frightened. I cover my head with my arms as though I can make everything go away. The ringing phone slices through my wandering thoughts. I am still crouching on the doormat, the book lying at my feet. I have to get out of here, be amongst people, away from the house and the phone and the endlessly waiting for something awful to happen. I grab my car keys. My feet feel glued to the doormat. I grip the door handle tightly with both hands, urging my wrists to twist, but panic turns my body to stone. I fight to regain control. Waves of heat radiate from my toes to my scalp, and I feel myself begin to sway. It feels like hours, but it is only minutes, seconds perhaps, when the anxiety pulsing around my body begins to subside. I am left feeling shaky and scared. My head throbs. I rattle out an aspirin and swallow it down with my guilt and my fear, and tell myself I am not losing it again. But the words don't ring true, even to me. I breathe in slowly and deeply as I step outside the door. The rain has slowed, the sun breaking through the clouds, but there's still a breeze. Leaving the door ajar, I go back for my jacket. Cold. When I'm not hot with panic, I feel constantly cold. The town is quiet. It always is on a Monday. I carry my handbag and a sense of disquiet. There are shadows everywhere. Each shop window becomes a hiding place. I shrink in on myself as an elderly lady brushes past. Like a beacon drawing me home, I see the sign for mother care and hurry towards it. I feel open, exposed, and long to be cocooned inside four walls. I'm being followed. I know I am. There are footsteps behind me, matching me step for step, splashing through puddles I have just left behind. I grip the strap on my handbag a little tighter. As I speed up, so do they. Physically, I can feel my heart is racing, but my senses are dulled, dampened by exhaustion. I take a sharp left. There's still the sound, the slap of leather on wet concrete, and now an overpowering aftershave catching in my throat. I increase my pace, too scared to stop, too scared to turn. The door to the shop is ahead, and I'm so nearly there with the smiling assistants and the soft honeyed light. In my haste, I lose my footing on a paving slab and stumble, grazing my hand against a wall as I steady myself, bricks stinging my palm, cologne stinging my nostrils. A shadow looms in my peripheral vision, and a spotty teenager, eyes glued to his mobile, stalks past without noticing me, invisible. I am invisible. There's no one else around. I remain propped against the wall until the beep of a horn slices through the silence, causing my body to jerk like a marionette. I push myself to standing, and, slower now, I carry on. "Hello, Cat!" It crosses my mind I should feel a tinge of embarrassment that the staff in mother care all know me by name, feel obliged to tell them, like Dewey, Mai is no longer mine. But I feel almost numb as I lift a custard-yellow baby grow from the rail, rubbing the fleecy softness between both fingers, reminding myself I can still feel. "Are you looking for anything in particular today?" I am asked. The bright strip lights glare overhead, and the colour drains from my vision as panic slams into me. "No, sorry." I begin to back away, feeling lightheaded. I shouldn't have come here. It isn't safe outside. I need to be at home. Something sharp digs into the small of my back, and I spin around. A shelf wobbles, but my reflexes are slow as I watch in alarm as a picture frame tumbles to the floor. The sound of shattering glass is piercing, and I apologize over and over as I pick up the silver frame and set it down. The stock image is a baby in a pink polka-dot sleepsuit, starfishing in her cot. A tug of familiarity pulls me, and I wonder if I've got the same frame at home. I've bought so much stuff over the last couple of years. There's a hand on my arm. A soft voice tells me not to worry about the breakage. I turn and flee. The high street is busier now. The chip shop has its door propped open, and the smell of hot oil mixes with exhaust fumes. My temples begin to throb. The newspaper stand is setting up, and the headlines scream murder, and remorse scratches at my skin. By the time I reach my car, my cheeks are wet with tears, and I'm not sure if I'm crying for the things I've done or the things I stand to lose. My hand is shaking as I hold my mobile to my ear, willing Lisa to answer, willing her to tell me everything is all right. But it isn't, is it? Not really. The book this morning only confirmed what I already knew. Someone is out for revenge. There's a cacophony of horns, a squeal of brakes. I've run a red light. My skin turns boiling hot and then freezing cold. I mouth apologies at the driver of the car, forced to screech to a halt. He opens his window and shouts, "Silly cow!" I ease forward, checking my mirrors constantly as though I am taking my driving test. The rest of my journey is slow, steady. All the time I mutter to myself as I drive, reassuring words. I'm letting it all get on top of me, and it's natural, I tell myself, to worry. Any prospective mum would have what-if doubts, and I may not be carrying my child, but I'm emotionally invested all the same. I climb out of my car. Tension has made my muscles stiff, and I think I'll have a bath. Pour in some of the Jo Malone bath oil Nick bought me for Valentine's that looks so beautiful on the shelf I haven't yet opened it. Once I'm feeling calmer, I'll ring Lisa, tell her how scared I am that something will go wrong, and we can talk about it properly. The front door feels harder to open. There's a breeze streaming down the hallway, pushing it closed. I frown as I slip off my boots and carry them as I pad silently into the kitchen. I can't have left the back door unlocked, can I? I'm hesitant, not sure what to expect. The door is closed, but the window above the sink is open. I don't remember leaving it ajar. As I stretch to shut it, I notice footprints outside in the border, pressed into the mud. Large footprints. Footprints that are definitely not mine. And then there's a crash from upstairs. Chapter 36. Then. In the darkness, the whites of Aaron's eyes flashed dangerously. You would think the park would be still at night, silent, quiet, but the wind brought everything to life. The swing squeaked, an empty can rattled across the pavement, bushes swayed. "What do you want?" Slowly I backed away. "Just to talk? Don't look so scared, Cat. We're friends, aren't we?" "No." I kicked myself as soon as I said it. I should have played along. There was a sense of things spinning wildly out of my control. Perfect, Cat. Have you ever made a mistake, done anything you're ashamed of?" A twig snapped under his footfall, and I thought of that day in the woods, Jake's hands on me, my half-naked body pressed against the tree, the horrible sense of being watched. I crossed my arms over my chest as I took another step back. "Leave me alone. I'm not going to touch you. Look, I've been stupid, I know. I didn't think about the consequences. To begin with, I only wanted to help my sister lose weight. She was miserable, being bullied. It really was small amounts. Aaron, Please, Kat, don't tell anyone. I'll never be a doctor with a record for drug dealing, and despite what you think, I'm not a bad person. I'm not." "It's too late." I licked my dry lips. "I've already emailed Mr. Leamington." Aaron stopped moving, and, stupidly, I did too. "He might not take it any further. I haven't mentioned Lisa or your sister. I'm sure if you say sorry and—" "You fucking bitch!" He lunged forward. My glance flickered to the exit. It wasn't too far, but Aaron was faster, legs longer. He'd outrun me in an instant, but I had to try. Fueled by adrenaline, surprisingly, I did make it out of the gates, had almost passed the van before I was yanked backwards by my collar. I kicked out as hard as I could, was pushed backwards, my body slamming against the van door. "Stop!" The cry caused us both to look around. under the hazy orange glow of the lamppost. Lisa. Chapter 37. Now.
There's someone in the house.
My whisper sounds too loud. I'm crouching in the utility room by the side of the tumble dryer, clutching my boots to my chest as a child would clutch a teddy.
We've been burgled? Nick asks. You should leave.
Nothing is disturbed downstairs, but the kitchen window was open. I'm sure I closed it before I left, and I heard something upstairs. Shall I call the police?
There's no sign anyone has been in.
Disbelief tinges Nick's voice.
Is this like the bin thing again, where you imagined—
I'm not imagining this.
I hiss out my words. Just get out the house. I'm on my way.
I stand. My thighs feel weak. Slowly, I crack open the door leading to the kitchen. I can't see anyone, can't hear anyone, but that doesn't mean no one is here. I take one astronaut stride at a time towards the back door. I count my steps. 1, 2, 3. Sweat trickles between my breasts. 4, 5, 6. There's a scraping, a sharp pain in my hip. I've been so fixed on the door I've bumped into a chair. I freeze. My instincts scream at me to get out of the house, but I'm nearer to the utility room and I don't know whether I should dart back in there. A creak. A floorboard. 7, 8, 9. I'm faster now, not caring if I make a sound, desperate to be outside. 10, 11, 12. Another creak, louder this time. With a shaking hand, I twist the key in the back door. It doesn't move. I wonder if I've turned it the wrong way, if it's already unlocked. It isn't. The key slips from the keyhole and clatters on the tiles. My heart springs into my mouth. The creaking comes again, and I snatch up the key and thrust it back in the lock, rotating my wrist, left, right, left. Why can't I remember how to unlock a bloody door? There's a click, a give. I tug open the door and step outside. The fence sways in the wind, creak, creak, creaking. I cut across the garden, ignoring the damp grass soaking through my socks, the flowers I trample over. I almost fall through the back gate onto the driveway. The gravel crunches underfoot, sharp and jagged. My head is down as I run along the side of the house, arms pumping, hands gripping my boots. I wince as brick scrapes against my wrist. I slow, look up. A man stands at the curb, dishevelled. Salt and pepper beard, deep lines carved into his forehead. The same man that was here this morning. What does he want? Fearing the worst, I throw my boots at him. He sidesteps. I sprint as fast as I can across the road towards Claire's and pummel at her front door with my fists, looking over my shoulder at the figure. He is standing stock still, watching. The curtains twitch a few doors down from my house. The nosy woman with red hair peering out of her window. Why doesn't she help me? The front door opens and I simultaneously push Claire back with one hand as I step inside, slamming the door behind me. With a shaking hand, I draw the chain across. Cat? Claire's voice is steady as I swish close the curtains in the lounge, but the way she tosses the iPad in her hand onto the sofa and crosses the room to where Ada is playing with a rag doll in front of the fireplace, scooping her daughter into her arms, holding her protectively against her, betrays her concern. Are you okay? Where are your shoes? I chew my thumbnail, staring at the screen of the iPad, the picture of the Colosseum and the hotel room. Claire must be booking that holiday she wanted. I wish I were anywhere but here. Dark, Ada says, although there's a slither of sunshine pushing through the thin curtains. Claire crosses to the light switch. Don't! I stalk into the kitchen, to the back door, pulling the handle once, twice, 3 times. The windows are closed. We're safe. Electric light brightens the room behind me, and I spin around, but the look on Claire's face stops me telling her to switch it off. Mummy? Ada's fingers play with the ends of Claire's pendant, Ada sounds so small, so uncertain. It's okay, Ada. I ruffle her beautiful curls. We're playing a game. Hide and seek. Wordlessly, Claire leaves the room, and as her footsteps thud up the stairs, I allow myself to peek outside. There's nobody there. Who was that man? Was he in the house? Has somebody sent him? The last thought causes me to bite my lip, and blood fills my mouth. In the kitchen, I spit into the sink, turning on the taps, watching the water turn pink before being sucked down the plug hole. What the hell is going on? Claire speaks quietly, but there is fury in each and every word. You scared Ada. Is she all right? I stand, wiping my chin with my sleeve. She's playing in her room. Who are you hiding from? Someone has broken into the house. Claire's hands fly to her mouth and her eyes widen. I sink into a hard wooden chair and drop my head into my hands. She touches my shoulder. Have they taken much? Are the police coming? I shake my head. Everything downstairs was undisturbed, but someone was upstairs. Nick's on his way. Are you sure you've been burgled? Her words are tinged with doubt, and I close my eyes. I had been sure, but now I question myself. What had I seen, heard? An open window and a noise? You've been under so much strain lately. I'm worried about you. There were footprints, I remember. There was a man. I trail off. It's all so cloudy, but still. There was somebody there, I insist as Claire fills the kettle, drops tea bags into mugs. But I don't sound as convincing as I'd like. Here. Claire spoons sugar into dark brown tea and picks at the top of a packet of digestives with her nails as though this is a social call. I shake my head. Claire slides into the seat opposite me, and as she moves, the sun glints against her pendant, casting miniature rainbows on the duck-egg walls. Tell me about the baby, she says. It's the distraction I need. Beanie is practically 27 weeks and the size of a head of cauliflower. He gets hiccups, sleeps and wakes at regular intervals, opening and closing his eyes. Lisa has another scan booked for Friday. I've been looking at those 4D ones. Oh, they look incredible, expensive, though. I'm going to ask Nick whether we could afford one. We'd be able to see all his features. By now, his face is fully formed, with eyelashes, eyebrows and hair. There's no pigment yet, so it will still be white, but soon it will develop a colour. I wonder if he will have black hair like Lisa, like Jake, like Nick. I say he, but it might not be. I can't decide whether we should find out. Thinking of the baby helps me relax, and we chit-chat until her mobile vibrates, skittering across the table between us. Claire grabs it and stuffs it onto her lap, her cheeks blazing, but not before I have seen Lisa's name flashing up on her screen. Their relationship must have progressed beyond the odd text. Before I can question Claire, the doorbell rings. We glance warily at each other. Claire places her palms on the table and pushes herself to standing. I follow her into the hallway, steeling myself for the worst as she unlocks the door. Shoulders sagging with relief when I see it's only Nick, my boots in his hand. He looks pale, tired. I step forward and hug him, releasing my grip when I feel his body stiffen. What's happened? I study him, expecting bad news. The upstairs trashed. Nothing. No one's been there. Frowning, I push past him, striding towards home, almost not believing him. I definitely heard something, I say, but he doesn't answer, and I turn. He's still standing on Claire's doorstep. and it hurts as I notice them hug. Notice he doesn't pull away from her. I don't understand. I'm standing in the doorway of the nursery, reluctant to step forward, wearing only socks. The "Together we make a family" picture is lying on the floor, the frame splintered. Shards of glass embedded in the carpet. There's some in the cot. I thank my lucky stars for the first time there wasn't a baby in it. The nail can't have been strong enough to hold it up, Nick says. I should have used a picture hook. But I look around the room. Nothing else has been disturbed. There were footprints outside the kitchen window. I was weeding at the weekend around the rose bushes and thought I might as well do all the borders. It hasn't rained since. They were probably mine. There was a man. I cross my arms around my waist. Hanging around outside the house. I've seen him before. Perhaps he's visiting someone. Look, Kat. Nick places his hand on my shoulder. It's been a horribly stressful time. Moving house, the adoptions, and now the surrogacy. I shrug him off. I'm not cracking up. I didn't say you were. I'm just worried. Your boots were in the middle of the road, for Christ's sake. He runs his fingers through his hair. His curls have got so long. He looks gaunt, and I feel terrible that I've only been thinking how this affects me. But I count the things that have gone wrong lately, and paranoia pounces again. Nick, I think someone has been in the house. Yesterday my purse— There's a message on the answer phone, Nick says before I can bring up the missing money from the safe. The community centre rang. A workman found your purse in the toilet. He was in there fixing the faulty lock. But I didn't even open my bag, I say. But even as I speak, I remember pulling my hairbrush from my handbag. What's going on, Kat? Talk to me. He looks despairing, and everything seems broken between us. And there's a big part of me that wants to fall against him, let it all pour out. But I remain silent. You mustn't tell, Kat. I'm a keeper of secrets, a guardian of the truth. Nick crouches and begins to gather the large pieces of glass, and, quietly, I leave the room. My mind tick-tick-ticks as I stalk into our bedroom, my eyes scanning everything. Did I leave the decorative cushions on the bed at that angle? Didn't I smooth down the patchwork throw before I left? I'm perturbed. Something is off, I can sense it. The air feels thicker somehow. I slide open our storage unit and lift out my jewellery box. Popping open the lid, I run my finger over necklaces, rings, bracelets. Nothing is missing. My handbags are hanging where I left them, my shoes all lined up. I am sliding the door closed again when I notice Nick's leather messenger bag. I bought it for him on our first Christmas, and I feel wistful as I remember the turkey I cooked. Nick didn't complain once that it was dry and tasteless, or that the Brussels sprouts were like bullets. He drenched the unappetizing food with lumpy gravy and ate every single mouthful. How young we were. How hopeful. We thought we'd effortlessly have it all. The family, the happily ever after. Emotion gathers inside as I lift the bag off the hanger and draw it to my nose, breathing in the leather, almost smelling the fir tree that had stood in the corner of our lounge, the mulled wine that was warming in the kitchen. A family. That's all I ever wanted, but at what cost? Lisa coming back into my life has been like uncorking a bottle of memories, and I can't jam the stopper back in. The truth is a black swirling mass with a pointed tail and snapping jaws. I'm tired of running, permanently stressed and edgy. Nick looks exhausted and unhappy. He never really wanted children, did he? He wasn't bothered when I told him I couldn't have them. At once I feel the burden of everything heavy on my shoulders. Have I ruined us? Pushing, wanting. A few more months and we'll be a 3. And yet even now I'm looking further than that, wanting us to be a 4. But in my mind a baby cries, needing a mum, and I know I cannot lose one again. I release my grip. The messenger bag thuds to the floor and a piece of paper flutters out. A bank statement. I frown. Nick keeps all the paperwork in his study, but this account is in his name solely. Inside the bag are more statements, the same amount going in each month. The same amount being paid out to an account number I don't recognize. I pace the room, struggling to make sense of it. What is Nick paying for? What is he keeping from me? I reach the back window, turn, a rat in a cage, the front window. I glance outside. Claire is closing her front door, Ada in her arms. Ada. I drink in her black curly hair, so like Nick's. Her fair skin. Think of the way a keel disappeared, not paying maintenance. The papers flutter from my hands. Claire manages in that big house all alone in this cul-de-sac Nick was so desperate for us to move to. Oh God. My stomach churns and churns. The flowers from N, his scarf in her hall, the overnight trips, the text message. Could Ada be his daughter? Are these maintenance payments? Claire comes from Cornwall where Nick's granddad Basil lived. Could they have known each other as kids, reconnected as adults, had an affair? The carpet seems to sink below my feet as thoughts streak through my mind, and none of them are the things I want to be thinking. I have to be wrong, don't I? All at once I don't know who to trust. Nick? Claire? I long to talk to Lisa, the person who knows me better than anyone, the person who won't tell me I'm going mad. Lisa's phone rings and rings until reluctantly I cut the call. I pace the room, tapping the handset against my chin. I shouldn't ring her at work, I know. Hospitals are busy and she won't have time to chat, and yet just hearing a familiar voice, a friendly voice, would calm me. Perhaps I can arrange to meet her after her shift. I Google the number for Farncaster General and ask to speak to Lisa Sullivan. I can't find her on the staff list. What ward? Stonehill, I say, and the ringing tone starts once more before I'm connected to the right department. Lisa Sullivan, I repeat for the second time. I am sorry, says a harried voice. She sounds anything but sorry. No one works here with that name. Are you... I begin, but the call has been cut. I dial again, and this time I speak to a different receptionist, who confirms what I've already been told. There is no record of a Lisa Sullivan. Agitated, I return to the nursery, as though to convince myself it's real. There is a baby coming. As the soft pile swallows my feet, a slither of glass pierces the skin of my big toe and I crouch down and remove it. Under the changing table is a green box I store knickknacks in, and seeing it sparks a memory. With a sinking feeling, I slide the box towards me. There's a thrumming in my ears, growing louder and louder. My hands rest on the lid. I don't want to open it. I don't want to see what I know is inside, but almost mechanically I remove the lid. Lift out the contents slowly, reluctantly, until I find what I am looking for. A silver picture frame I'd bought from Mothercare last year. Inside rests the stock photo of the baby in the pink polka-dot sleepsuit starfishing in her cot. a baby familiar to me. Gabrielle. The baby Lisa showed me on her phone. The baby Lisa had for Stella. The tug I'd felt on my heart when I first saw it wasn't emotion. It was recognition. This can't be Gabrielle. The child Lisa said was her baby, Stella's baby. Except she isn't, is she? She's a stock photograph. Only as real as the baby that now cries in my mind, louder and louder, until I clasp my hands over my eyes and fold myself in two. Chapter 38. Now. In the shower, I scrub at my body with lemon shower gel, as though I can wash away the things I have learned, the things I now know. After seeing the photo, I hadn't wanted to believe Lisa had lied. I had felt her bump. The first scan photo was on my fridge. I had heard the baby's heart. I Googled and found a heartbeat on YouTube sounding exactly the same. My shaking fingers kept pressing the wrong keys as I Googled again. You wouldn't believe half the stuff you can buy on eBay, Lisa had said. And she was right, I thought, as I stared in disbelief at a prosthetic baby bump with the buy now option. Inside my head I hear the sound of laughter. Stupid. I'm so stupid. There is no baby. How could Lisa do this to me? The water is too hot. The steam rises, and my hopes sink. I feel angry, betrayed, but overriding all of those things is a thought that this is what I deserve. Payback. I'm a terrible, terrible person. A wave of dizziness washes over me, and I place my palms against the tiles to steady myself. I'm not going to be a mum. I'm dragging in short, sharp breaths through my nose. I'm never going to be a mum. My knees buckle and I sink to the floor. The water cascades over me. But I know, no matter how long I stay in the shower, I will never feel clean again. How could I not have known? The money she demanded, the appointments she kept me away from, the bump I never felt move. We believe what we want to, Lisa had said. Oh, how she must have laughed at the way I sucked it all up. The sun is dipping behind the rooftops, and the sky looks like fire. I wrap myself in a towel, my damp hair tangled around my shoulders, and perch on the edge of the bed as though I don't belong here. As though this isn't where my husband and I made love, made plans for our future. I don't know what to do, say, how to act. I've lost everything. Nick is moving around downstairs, and it's almost as though I've been suddenly placed in some weird reality TV show, watching myself from high above, waiting to see what I'll do. Lisa. She has broken my heart, just like I broke hers when I fell in love with her twin. How could I have thought she'd have forgiven me for loving him, for being the one who was there as his life ebbed away? I need to speak to her. I find her in my favourites list. Her smiling face transforms my sorrow to anger. I need to see her, face to face. I already know she will find another excuse to avoid having the scan this week. I think long and hard before I send the text. We need to talk about money. The reply is almost instant. I'm at work. Call you later? Kiss? Liar, I want to punch out. But instead I say, would rather go through everything face to face. No, I'm meeting you on Friday anyway, but I've been thinking and I'm not sure we're giving you enough for expenses. Feeling terrible. That last bit at least is true.
You are sweet. Bile rises, stinging my throat. I could come over tomorrow. I'm off. Look forward to it, I say, and I find that somehow I am. Chapter 39. Now. I'd drunk too much wine last night, wanting to blunt the sharp edges of the truth. Nick and I had skirted around each other, pretending everything was fine as we prepared a lasagna neither of us could eat, draining a bottle and a half of Shiraz between us, as though this was normal Monday night behaviour. Nick was edgy, distracted. We dined amongst the ruins of our marriage, staring at Nick's mobile, which sat between us, dark and silent, along with the Parmesan cheese and the secrets. A last supper of sorts. As I was getting ready for bed, the back garden was suddenly bright. Something had triggered the security light. Or someone. I had stared out of the window watching the bushes sway, a shadow move. But rather than fear, I'd felt a certain inevitability. That was always going to fall apart. I was only surprised it had taken 10 years. Morning. Nick shuffles into the kitchen, smelling of stale alcohol, as I probably do, yawning, although he seemed to sleep far better than me. Each time I drifted off, the sound of laughter, of a baby crying, grew louder and louder until I rolled over and pressed my mouth against the pillow and screamed. Nick didn't stir. Now he runs a hand over his chin, as though he can't quite remember whether he has shaved. He hasn't. Morning. I feel rough. That, perhaps, is the only truth I will speak today. Me too. Don't know what possessed us, on a school night as well, he says as he drops bread into the toaster. His throwaway comment sets my teeth on edge. There will never be a school run for me. The early morning panic, pulling together PE kits, locating homework. Outside, a plane trails a frothy white tail across a clear blue sky, and in the cold light of day, I'm beginning to doubt myself. Have I got it wrong? It seems incredible to think Lisa has lied. Growing up, there were times she was mischievous, secretive sometimes, but never malicious, never cruel. And yet grief bends and breaks the people we were, moulds us into the people we never wanted to be. Soon I will know, one way or the other, and if Lisa has lied, I don't know what I'll be driven to. After all, I'll have nothing to lose. What are your plans today? Nick asks. It's a perfectly innocent question, but concern bubbles under every word, and I wonder if he wants me out of the way so he can see Claire, see Ada. It stings to think I am no longer the centre of his world, if I ever was. I need to confront him, I know, but I can only deal with one thing at a time. Lisa is coming. The toast pops and Nick spreads peanut butter on a slice, thick and crunchy. That's nice. I'll try and get home early. Look, I know I've been distracted lately, but I'm happy about the baby, really. Excited, even. It's getting nearer now. It seems more real somehow. He turns to face me. I'm sorry I've not been as involved as I should have been. The problems with work, they're over now. It's over now. He says it with such regret, and as he crosses the room and wraps his arms around me tightly, my resolve crumbles. I find myself hugging him back hard, and our embrace shouldn't feel so full of love, but somehow it does. My skin is pale, tired. I dab foundation on with a sponge, colour my cheeks a little too pink, make my lips a little too glossy, painting on a veneer. The doorbell rings. This is it. Don't let your mask slip. Lisa waddles through the door, and I hug her hello.
trying not to recoil as I feel her bump hard and round. I can't believe it is real. Fake. Everything about her is fake, I think, as she recounts her journey, the renegade sheep that brought the traffic to a standstill. Her laughter peals as she tells me about the overweight businessman who tried to shoo it back into the field, face beet red, turning on his heels and running back to the safety of the car when the sheep started to chase him. "Of course I couldn't help," she says, and I nod my agreement as I fill the kettle, spoon coffee into mugs. I study her as we sip our drinks. "How's work?" I ask, and she nods. "Good." But she doesn't elaborate further, and when I ask her to tell me about her favourite patient, she changes the subject. Why have I never noticed how evasive she is? She shifts in her seat and the chair creaks. "I hope the legs don't break," she grimaces. "I'm like a baby elephant now." She tells me how she can't stop eating at the moment. Savoury things, salty. I wait for her to slip up, waiting for a sign. But she speaks about the pregnancy as though it is real, and it isn't until I mention money her eyes bounce around the room as she looks at everything but me. "Do you need more? Are you okay?" I lean forward, rubbing her arm reassuringly. She cups her bump, shaking away my touch, wincing. "He's kicking like mad." Quickly I move to her side, place both hands on her bump, ignoring her attempts to brush me off. There's nothing to be felt, no movement, just this solid, unnatural mound. We wait for a moment, trapped in this pretense, until she sighs and says, "Oh, he's settled down again now." I jerk my hands away as though her words have hurt me, and in a way, they have. She yawns, rubs her eyes. "Sorry, I'm shattered. Work is so busy. I need to get back this afternoon." "Can't you stay?" I pull a face. "I miss you." Something tugs at my heart as I say this, and I know I miss the person she was, not the person she is now. This Lisa I do not know. "I wish I could." She looks wistful, and something passes between us, an undercurrent, an understanding? A flicker of what might have been if things had turned out differently. "Why don't you go and have a bath while I make some lunch? It will relax you after your drive." "Oh, no, I couldn't." "Of course you could. I've got some Jo Malone bath oil and body lotion I've never used. We can catch up properly this afternoon." It's tempting. Everything aches. "That's settled then." I stand, urging her to do the same. "There's plenty of hot water, so keep topping it up. Lunch won't be ready for a couple of hours, so take your time. You can get changed in the guest bedroom. There's a spare robe on the back of the door." "You might regret saying that. I could stay in there all day." Her hands move to the small of her back as though it is sore. "Thanks, Kat. You do spoil me." She hefts herself to her feet. "Oh, Lisa." I smile warmth into my words. "What was it you said to me? We always get what we deserve." My ear presses against the bathroom door, and once I hear the water slosh, Lisa's groan of relief as she lowers her body into the tub, I hurry into the spare room and locate her handbag amongst her discarded clothes and tip the contents out on the bed. Tissues, purse, brush, lipstick, car keys, phone. I press the button on the top of the handset and am invited to use Touch ID or enter my password. Without consciously thinking, I key in 0509, her birthday, Jake's birthday, and for a second I am transported back to candle wax on paper plates, mouth crammed full of chocolate sponge with too sweet icing. The pass the parcel Lisa would always win. Perching on the bed, I open up Lisa's emails and type Stella in the search bar. She'd said Stella sends her updates of Gabrielle, and surely she wouldn't have deleted those. No results are found. My stomach sinks a little lower, and I realise I'd still been holding on to a kernel of hope that I am wrong. I open up the photos and type baby in the search bar. The image springs up that Lisa first showed us. The baby in the pink polka dot sleepsuit, starfishing in her cot, and there is not a smidgen of doubt in my mind. She is the same baby as in the frame upstairs. Next, I scroll through her texts. Names I don't recognise. A name I do. Aaron. I open the message. Lisa had texted, "I have to tell Kat. I can't do this anymore." "You can't. Not now." Aaron's reply. "I can't live with myself." "You haven't told her the truth in 10 years. Don't fucking start now. You'll ruin everything." What has Lisa been lying about since Jake died? I know what she is lying about now, pretending to be pregnant. Her and Aaron must be in it together. Oh, how they must have laughed as I blindly handed money over each month, forking out for extras, never questioning what it was for. Or has Aaron forced her somehow? Blackmailed her? What has she been keeping a secret? I think back to these past few months. The times when Lisa has let her guard down and we have reminisced over Desperate Housewives and Curly Whirlies, Bacardi Breezes and Snow Patrol. I can't believe all this is born of spite. If I ask her why, she's not likely to tell me, and I need to know. I need to know what was worth destroying me over. Because the bottom has dropped out of my world, and destroyed is what I feel. I must keep it together. I don't have much time. I rattle off a text to Aaron. "I need to see you." I pace as I wait, tallying the things that could go wrong. Aaron could refuse, if he even gets the texts at all. He could be at work, not have his phone. There's a rigidity spreading through me, frustration turning my muscles to stone. The minutes seem endless, but at last the phone vibrates in my hand. "We can't be seen together." "I'm not in Farncaster. Come here." I add my address. The handset stays silent and dark. I think I've gone too far, but I can still claw it back, if he's desperate to keep Lisa quiet. I send another text. "I'm barely holding it together. I'm scared I'm going to crack. Confess." From the bathroom next door, I hear the running of taps as Lisa tops the water up. My heart pounds. I'm hot, mouth dry, but at last a message comes through. "Okay." I hurry into my ensuite and turn on the tap, and, tipping out our toothbrushes, I fill a glass with water before removing Lisa's SIM card. I drop it into the glass and slowly swill it around before fishing it out, shaking off the droplets of water before patting it with a towel. Minutes later it feels dry. It looks normal. I slide it back inside the phone, press the power button and smile before I drop the handset back into Lisa's bag. Aaron should be here in an hour. And so it begins. Chapter 40. Now. It is lunchtime when Lisa returns to the kitchen, skin bath pink and clammy, hair damp. I close my laptop lid. I have learned all I need to know. There's a quiche warming in the oven, and I pull it out and slice it, turning my head away from the smell of cheese and onion. I couldn't possibly eat. The pastry crumbles as I lift quarters onto plates, drizzle olive oil over rocket. I can't help thinking about the time we ran into Aaron at the hospital, I say to Lisa as we begin our game, if that's what this is to be. What do you want to think about him for? It must be hard for you, with him working in the hospital too. He's only a cleaner. Lisa's voice changes pitch. She's uncomfortable. Our paths never really cross. I change my tack, wanting to throw her off guard. I love the Eva Longoria perfume you bought me. You're too kind. You're welcome. She smiles, relieved at the change of subject. It's funny, isn't it? Stella chose the name Gabrielle for her baby. That was Eva's character's name, wasn't it? I spear Rocket with my fork, but I'm watching her reaction from under my lashes, the way she swallows hard, reaches for her glass and gulps water as though something is stuck in her throat. The truth, perhaps? Was it? Lisa's tone is too bright, too high. But I know her so well I can detect the tremble, notice the blush that wraps itself around her neck, and I imagine my fingers there in its place. She places her knife and fork together at the side of her plate. I'm sorry, Kat. Are you? I lean forward, almost urging her to be honest. Yes, must have taken you ages to make this lunch. I get really full quickly now he's growing. Her hand strokes her belly, and I sink back into my seat, stuffing my hands under my thighs before I give in and sweep the contents of the table onto the cold tile floor, where shards of china will lay strewn amongst the pieces of my broken heart. I must go. Lisa looks uncomfortable. But there's a lemon meringue in the oven. Sorry. She stands. I expected nothing less. So you'll transfer the extra money? She asks for confirmation, and I nod, not trusting my voice not to crack if I speak. I'll see you soon, Kat. She has no idea how soon. I've scraped the leftover salad into the bin and crumbled the pastry onto the bird table when the doorbell rings and, before I even stride down the hallway, see the shadow in the opaque glass, I know who it is. Lisa. I couldn't just let her leave, could I? That was quick. My voice trembles with nerves, with adrenaline, with excitement. My car won't start. Oh, no. I feign surprise and step backwards, letting her come inside, linking my hands behind my back. While Lisa was in the bath, I had scrubbed at my skin with a nail brush until my fingers were pink and raw, but I can still detect the faint whiff of oil, a tinge of black under my fingernails. Lisa was right all those years ago. It's amazing what you can learn on YouTube. Nick's good with cars. I'll get him to have a look when he comes home. It's okay, Lisa says. I've got AA membership. There's something wrong with my mobile, though. It's saying no SIM, but I've looked and it's still there. I'll need to pop it into Carphone Warehouse, I think. Can I use your landline? No, I blurt out. This wasn't part of my plan. She was supposed to sit in the kitchen and wait for Nick, not knowing Aaron would arrive first. I wanted to confront them together. I can't let her leave. I just can't. What will I do if I'm alone when Aaron comes? What will he do? The phone's not working. My words come out garbled. Remember those nuisance calls? She nods. I'd confided to Lisa, and she'd showered me with sympathy. Little had I known then it was likely her ringing me. Or Aaron. Perhaps both. BT thinks it is a fault on the line. You'll have to use my mobile. I head towards the kitchen, but the basement door catches my eye. I hesitate, turn to Lisa and frown as though I'm thinking. I haven't seen it all morning. I think I left it down there last night. I nod towards the basement. What were you doing down there? I'd been calling Nick for dinner and he didn't hear. I had to go and fetch him. He started talking to me while he was finishing his run. She's not the only one who can lie. I tilt my head to one side. I remember putting my phone on the table as I sat on the sofa. Nip and check. I must rescue the lemon meringue from the oven before I burn the house down. I spin on my heel and hurry into the kitchen, where I stand with my back to the wall. My kneecaps feel as though they are made of rubber. There is laughter in my head, but it is not mine, and I fight against it. I can't do this, can I? I can't lock her in. Her footsteps thud down the stairs. Slow, even. No rushing for her with her fake bump and her fake baby. And suddenly I am furious. My desire to know the truth is stronger than my desire to do the right thing. What has she been lying about since Jake died? I cross to the basement door and pull it closed. Lock it. Leaning my forehead against the door, I imagine Lisa on the other side, thudding her fists, screaming to be let out. And this image whirlwinds around my mind until it is me thudding on the door, me crying for help. I back away down the hallway, but I can still feel my palms stinging, my throat raw from my screaming. I don't know what is me and what is her anymore. I clasp my hands tightly over my ears and screw up my eyes, slumping to the floor. I only wanted a family. It wasn't too much to ask for, was it? Slicing through the pounding in my head, the screaming is a baby's cry, shrill and desperate, and I begin to rock back and forth as though I am soothing an infant. Soothing myself. Please, please make it stop. I don't think I can take any more. But I have to move. Aaron will be here soon, and my plan has gone all wrong. I don't know what I'm going to do. He's not coming. The clouds are heavy and swollen with the threat of rain. The sky battleship grey. He's not coming. If he'd left Farncaster after the text, he'd have been here by now, and it's almost 5. I can't check Lisa's phone to see if he has texted again to tell her he's changed his mind, because I have broken it. Nick will be home in an hour. I pace the lounge, back and forth, a caged lion. I imagine Lisa doing the same downstairs. The tea light under the oil burner flickers in the corner, but the smell of lavender does little to calm me. I don't think I'll ever feel calm again. I hold Jake's gold cross between my fingers. What would he think if he could see me now? How would he feel? A rush of shame engulfs me. My belly a mass of writhing snakes. I've locked his sister up like an animal, and no matter what she has lied about, the money she has conned from us, Jake wouldn't condone this. I can almost see the disappointment in his eyes that once looked at me with passion, with lust, with love. Revenge. It was never purely about money, I know that. Lisa still blames me for Jake's death. He shouldn't have been with me that night. He should have been with her, and it must eat at her, as corrosive as acid, burning her sense of right and wrong. Aaron still blames me for losing his place at university, his longed-for career in medicine. How degraded he must feel being a cleaner at the hospital he once thought he'd be a surgeon at. I begin to cry. Was it not enough to let me think I was going to be a mum and snatch my dreams away? Did they also have to lead me to believe I was going mad? The phone calls, the wreath, the book, the smashed picture, locking me in the toilet, breaking into my car. The man who has been watching the house. Was that someone they roped in with the promise of easy money from a desperate woman? Because desperate is what I was. Love. I have so much love to give a child, such a yearning to feel a baby in my arms, hear the soft snuffling against my neck, smell talcum powder. But it's finished. I am finished. There is such an inherent sadness inside of me. I am broken. The cross seems to warm between my fingers. I have to let Lisa out. She is quiet now, and I hope she is calm. I have to let her go. The answers I crave won't fill the cot upstairs. They won't miraculously make me a mum. It's over. My legs are heavy with sadness as I turn to face the lounge door, taking a step towards the basement. 1, 2, 3. A noise from outside. I freeze, but it's only the forecast storm. The rain has started lashing against the window, hammering to be let in as Lisa is likely hammering to be let out. 4 steps. 5. The hallway is suddenly flooded with light. There's the thrum of a car engine. A silence. A door slamming. Aaron. He is here. Chapter 41. Now. My feet are stuck to the carpet. I can't seem to remember how to move. I don't know if the banging I can hear is in my head, in the basement, or from the front door. A tidal wave of panic crashes over me, almost knocking me off my feet. I stumble backwards, lean against the wall, not able to stand on my own. Footsteps thud, 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 along with my heart. My earlier courage, fueled by anger, is slipping away, slithering down between the gaps in the wall and the skirting boards, never to return. What was I thinking, asking Aaron here? There's the jangling of keys, and once again I am back in the night. Jake slipping his key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life. I shake my head, and the sound is replaced with a crying baby. Or is it me that is crying? I touch my cheeks with my fingertips and they come away wet. Laughter. Stop the laughter. How can I make it stop? The front door swings open and Nick steps inside, handkerchief pressed to his face, crimson with blood that is still dripping. I bang my nose on the car door. He tails off as he notices the state I am in. I am shaking and sobbing and he dashes towards me, his mouth opening and closing, but his voice sounds muffled and echoey and I can't make out his words. I stare past his shoulder at the basement door, wanting him to read my thoughts, know what I have done, make it all better. But instead he slips his arm around my shoulders and leads me into the kitchen. The softness of his voice combats the scraping of the chair legs against the tiled floor. His tone soothes me, although I cannot understand what he is saying. He would have made such a good dad. The whooshing in my ears grows louder and louder, and dizziness engulfs me every time I move my head. I am back at Perry Evans's party, red and green flashing lights bright in my mind. His mum's cat ornaments rattling on the shelf as the bass vibrates. Vodka relaxing my muscles as I sway to the music. Paul Weller sings, and Jake's hand heats the small of my back. His voice murmurs. He pulls me towards him. My eyelids flutter and my head tilts. Lips part. I lean in for his kiss, but over Jake's shoulder I see Lisa's expression. The hurt, the anger. Lisa. I press the heels of my hands against my eyes, digging my fingertips into my scalp. It is Nick's hand on the small of my back. Nick's voice murmuring. The thudding isn't the bass, it's my own guilty heart. Cat, shh, it's okay. I try to shake my head, clutching his hand, willing him to know what is wrong. But he doesn't ask, and I think of all the times he has come home lately. The times I had told him someone was watching the house, someone had been in the house. My almost hysterical outpourings. And I almost don't blame him for not asking. But I need to tell him about Lisa. I can't leave her for hours like I was left, scared, alone in the dark. At least she has a light, I reason. A sofa. It's not so bad. But it is. It is very, very bad. Nick! I snatch a breath while I try to put my words into some semblance of order.
It's impossible to know where to start. What the... There are deep grooves on Nick's brow as he stares over my shoulder at the window. Lightning cracks, and I almost hold my breath as I wait for the rumble of thunder. What has he seen? Or who? Even though I am expecting it, I still jump in my chair as the thunder crashes. Nick straightens up. "What is it?" I whisper. Nick shakes his head, but he can't tear his eyes away from the window, and almost in slow motion, I turn. The kitchen lights are reflected in the panes of glass, and all I can see are our kitchen units and our shadowy figures. "Someone was out there," Nick says, and my hand gropes thin air until I find his fingers. I grasp his hand tightly. "Let's go upstairs." There's an urgency in my words. I catch sight of the scan photo on the fridge. God knows where Lisa got that from. And I realise how devastated Nick will be that yet again he won't be a father. Then it's all my fault. There's a part of me that wants to usher Lisa out of the house, to tell Nick the surrogacy has fallen through, but there have been so many lies already. I glance at his profile, his curly hair flopping in his eyes. Hair so like Ada's. Is he already a father? Suddenly I feel weighted down with the past, and it is almost more than I can bear. It's time for us both to be honest. About everything. I draw a breath so deep, my ribcage feels it will burst as my lungs expand. But before I can speak, Nick gasps, and this time I see it too. The face looking in, the eyes staring at us. I am powerless to react as Nick sprints across the kitchen and wrenches open the back door. My hands cover my mouth. The rain bounces off the skylight, fierce and loud. A muffled cry. Lightning. The sound of a scuffle. Thunder. Nick! I rush to the back door, but before I can step outside, Nick almost falls into the kitchen, dripping wet and panting hard. He isn't alone. He is dragging someone with him and they crumble onto the kitchen floor. There is a sickening crack as their heads make contact with the tiles. Nick is sprawled on his back, blinking furiously as he raises his hand to his forehead, and I offer silent thanks that he is okay. But what about Aaron? He is still, quiet, lying face down. And I slowly inch my foot forward and jab my toe into his side. He doesn't move. Chapter 42. Now. Nick! I drop to my knees. The tiles are pooled with pink, and at first, I don't understand, but then there's a horrible realization. The rainwater is mixing with blood. Nick! I pull his hand away from his forehead. There's a gash running alongside his hairline. I lean over him and yank open the drawer, pulling out a clean tea towel. As I press it to his wound, the stark white cotton turns crimson. I look over my shoulder, half expecting my ankle to be grabbed, hands around my throat. But there is no movement. Raindrops gust into my face, and the wind causes the back door to crash against the worktop. I skirt around Nick and push the door closed, my soaked feet almost slipping on the water pooling on the floor. I pick my way more carefully back to Nick. Can you sit up? I lever my hands under his armpits and pull him hard. As his upper body lifts, the colour drains from his face and he sways slightly as he sits, swallowing hard. Sorry. I should have believed you. About the man hanging around. About everything. Is he... I look over my shoulder. I can't bring myself to say the word. But I notice the rise and fall of his ribcage. He's alive. Should we...
I am shaking so hard now I feel my body might break apart. We need to call the police, I know. An ambulance at the very least. But first I need to tell Nick that Lisa is in the basement. How can I explain? I could go to prison. The very thought winds me and I can't move, can't speak. I'm caught in a tangle of secrets and lies and I don't know how to unravel them. There are things I need to tell you, Kat. Nick grips my hands so hard it hurts. Not now. Yes, now. Nick's tone is as sharp as broken glass and I flinch. It has to be now. We can't talk with a body on the floor. He needs help. I'm going to call... I pull myself free and start to stand. No! Nick grabs my wrist with one hand, twisting the skin, yanking me back to the floor, and a bolt of pain shoots up my arm. Listen first. The fingers on Nick's other hand flutter to his scar as he begins to speak. At first his words are stilted, forced, his tongue not used to forming the truth. My head shakes no, as the weight of Nick's past crushes down on me, as black and heavy as the swollen clouds that scud outside the kitchen window. He is crying as he speaks. The shoulders I thought were broad enough to carry us both seem to shrink before my eyes. His words trip over each other, desperate to be heard. I don't want to listen to what he has to say, and yet, at the same time, I know I have to. And unbidden, my voice cuts through his, and, sitting here, on the wet floor in our immaculate kitchen, we reveal ourselves to be the people we really are. I have never felt more vulnerable and exposed. I'm sharing me, all of me, and he is doing the same, and I'm utterly stricken as I realize the threads of our lives have been woven together in ways I could not possibly have imagined. Is it us? Was it always going to be us that we're destined to be? Not Jake? Never Jake? I try to pull my hand away, but he won't let me go until he reaches the end of his story, and I have told him mine. Once we are battered into silence by the truth, I wrench my hand from his grasp. I don't want him to touch me. I don't want him to touch me ever again. Chapter 43. Then. Nick hunkered down in the shop doorway, head dipped against the biting wind, freezing hands stuffed into his pockets. Richard was late, and Nick longed for the days he used to be able to call for his best friend and be invited into his home. That was in the days before he was arrested, before he received a suspended sentence for ABH for what happened with his dad. Richard said it didn't matter. His parents didn't judge him. He'd explained to them there were extenuating circumstances. At 19, Richard sounded like the solicitor he was determined to be. Still, Nick had felt the frosty disapproval of Richard's dad. He had noticed the way Richard's mum didn't quite make eye contact with him anymore, and he wondered whether he would always be judged on that night. It hardly seemed fair. He'd told his boss at the supermarket about his conviction, and the very next day he'd been let go. It was coincidental, apparently, due to cutbacks, he said. But Nick didn't believe that. He didn't know how he'd ever be anything now except sad and angry. From the chip shop next door, a whiff of vinegar drifted towards Nick, mingling with the smell of hot fat, and his stomach grumbled. He wished he could bite on crunchy batter, taste the soft white fish inside, the chip paper warming his lap. But he was skint. The purr of an engine caused Nick to twist his neck and peer down the road, but it wasn't Richard in the BMW he'd got for his birthday. Nick huffed out white air. His fingertips would be too cold to grip the steering wheel, when Richard gave him another driving lesson around the old industrial estate. He could do 3-point turns now and almost parallel park. Richard said he'd be ready for his test soon, and that would be another step towards freedom. The atmosphere at home was thick with the things that were never talked about. Nick's dad's face had healed, and his mum, thinner than ever, glided through the house like a ghost. You'd almost think that night had never happened, if it weren't for the way Dad never quite looked him in the eye anymore. It was a small victory. At last, headlights cut through the fog, and Richard slowed to a halt in front of Nick. His car vibrated with the pounding bass from the dance music blasting out of the top-of-the-range speakers. "Took your time?" Nick slid into the passenger seat and blew on his hands to warm them. "Where's my jacket?" Richard asked. "Shit, sorry." Nick had meant to bring back the jacket he'd borrowed, for yet another interview for a job he'd never get once he declared he had a criminal record. He knew Richard needed it for a posh event he was going to that evening with his father. "Networking," he'd said. It sounded poncy. As Nick had been getting ready to leave the house, his dad had come home, and then he'd been in such a rush to get away he'd forgotten. "Let's whiz over to yours and pick it up. I'll still have time to give you a driving lesson after, just a shorter one." Nick gnawed on the edge of his thumb as Richard eased the car forward. Outside Nick's house, he kept the engine running, the stereo blaring. "Don't be long!" Richard pulled out his mobile and started tapping away at the screen as Nick jumped out of the car and ran up the path, pushed open the front door. Something was wrong. He sensed it before he'd even stepped onto the doormat, and he paused, muscles tense, heart racing, as he tried to discern why the air was so thick, so heavy. It was laden with the smell of smoked haddock they'd eaten earlier, but that wasn't it. Something wasn't right. Nick didn't call out to his mum as he usually would, as if he instinctively knew she wouldn't be able to answer him. He didn't switch on the lights. Something bad had happened. Nick was as certain of that as he was of his own name. He crept down the hallway, pushing open the door to the kitchen, blinking in the gloom. Nothing was where it should be. The table was upended, the chairs on their sides. He stepped forward. His feet splintered already broken crockery. There was a bang outside. The gate? Fear. Nick was scared. He stretched out his hand and fumbled for the light switch. The kitchen was awash with light, but it wasn't warm or comforting as it shone a spotlight on the mess. The biscuit tin, where Mum kept her escape fund, was lidless and empty, resting against the hob. On the floor was the large knife used to carve the Sunday meat, its stainless steel blades sharp and jagged. Nick's eyes trailed over the floor. He stopped as he spotted it, breathed in sharply, hand on chest as though in pain. Blood. Dark and dried on the grubby grey lino. Blood. It was then that the panic set in. Chapter 44. Then. "Is Lisa there?" I asked Nancy. I'd already tried her mobile, but it was switched off again. There was a beat, a muffled voice, as though someone was talking with their hand over the receiver. "Sorry, Cat. You've just missed her," Nancy said a little too brightly, and I knew she was lying. That night at the park, after Lisa had dragged me away from Aaron, I'd clung to her as we walked home, my legs shaking with shock. At my front door I'd started to say again, "If you hadn't come," but Lisa had held her hand up and taken a step back. "You shouldn't have told Mr. Leamington, Cat." I was stunned. How was this my fault? "I had to. Someone could have got hurt, died even. What if you'd had a bad reaction,
He needs stopping. Besides, did you see the look in his eyes? God knows what he's capable of. He'll try and get his own back, I know he will.
I was babbling, fear pushing my words out in one gibbering rush.
Stop thinking about yourself. What if he tells the police he was selling to me? Did you think of that?
She was shouting.
He won't. Why would he? Don't worry,
I'd told her, but she had walked away without answering. I hadn't left the house in 2 days for fear of reprisals, and now Lisa wouldn't return my calls. Still, I didn't think my dread of Aaron was the only thing making me feel sick. I swung my legs out of bed and pulled on yesterday's sundress before sliding my drawer open. From underneath the tangle of bras and pants, I pulled out the Boots paper bag. My period was late, and I couldn't keep pretending it was coincidental I never fancied breakfast anymore and felt sick every day around dinner time. I had to find out for sure. I unfolded the paper that came in the box and read the words slowly and carefully, but despite my straight-A grades at school, I had to read the instructions 3 times to try and make sense of them, and I desperately wished Lisa was with me. I hesitated before carrying the kit into the bathroom. Apart from the first time in the woods, we had always used a condom, and no one gets pregnant their first time, do they? But the little voice in my head mocked, and you're supposed to be the clever one. And I knew if I wanted to find out, now was the time, with the house to myself for the day. If I wanted to find out. Perched on the toilet, I scanned the instructions again just to make sure. My bladder was bursting, but I couldn't wee. I had to run the taps for ages before I could. I put the cap back on the test and rested it on the side of the basin before checking the time and washing my hands. The box said results could show in anything between 60 seconds and 5 minutes. To make sure the test had worked, I was determined to wait for the full 5 minutes before I checked, but there were only so many times I could pace the small room, nerves slithering around my stomach, before I snatched up the stick, staring in disbelief at the plus sign in the results window. Although I knew it meant positive, I studied the picture on the front of the box again, just to make sure. My knees turned to jelly, and I sat heavily on the side of the bath. I couldn't be pregnant. I just couldn't. I was too young. But I was old enough to know better. We were old enough to know better, I reminded myself. I wasn't in this alone, but still we should have used a condom. My gaze darted between the box and the stick, and the words 99% accurate leapt out at me. My shoulders sagged a little. Of course, there had to be a 1% chance of failure. I took out our toothbrushes from the glass on the windowsill and rubbed dried toothpaste from the rim before filling it with lukewarm water from the tap and gulping it down. It took 4 glasses and 20 minutes before I could produce a small amount of wee for the second test, but I put the cap on the stick, hoping it was enough. This time I couldn't take my eyes off the small square box that would predict my future, and as a cross began to appear, faintly at first but darkening with every passing second, bile bit the back of my throat. I shook the stick like a mercury thermometer and checked the window again, as though this may have altered the result, but it still showed positive. Positive. What an innocuous word, but what implications it carried. My mind fast-forwarded to a time I'd be living in a grotty bedsit, fag hanging from the corner of my mouth, ridiculous as I'd never smoked, stirring a pan of beans at a one-ring hob, while a toddler in a stained t-shirt stamped his feet, screaming for attention. And yet there was another picture, nudging the first out of the way. Me crossing a kitchen, roast chicken browning in the oven, to kiss Jake hello as he came home from work, and, as young as I was, I liked that picture. I'd always been drawn to babies. Always wanted to be a mum, and it flitted across my mind that I might have done this subconsciously, found an escape from this house, my dad. But when I thought of my dad, I felt sick. What was I going to tell him? What was I going to tell Jake? The front door slammed, startling me. No one should be home. Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs. The door rattled. Cat? Dad, thought you'd gone to work.
I forgot something. Need the loo now I'm here.
Hurriedly, I looked around. If I came out carrying the box and tests, he would see them, and there was nowhere under my dress to hide them. In the corner was a stack of towels, and I stuffed everything underneath the top one. I would move them as soon as he was done.
Come on!
His impatience radiated through the wood. I clicked open the lock and slipped through the door, not able to look him in the eye. In my bedroom, I straightened my duvet and plumped up my pillows, waiting anxiously, listening for the flush of the chain. But it didn't come. A shadow fell behind me, and as I spun around, I was met by my dad's furious face. He raised his hand and slapped my cheek, hard. Falling back onto the bed, I began to cry, but he yanked me to my feet and shook me like I was nothing. His eyes were wild, and I was scared. Really scared. As strict as he was, he had never laid a hand on me before. Slut! The word stuck like a spear. I opened my mouth, but there was nothing I could say to make this better.
Couldn't you keep your legs shut? We've time to get this sorted.
I could see him mentally working out timescales, and I say, sorted? Although I know perfectly well what he meant.
You can't possibly keep it,
he said, and in that moment, I felt a burst of love for the baby. My baby, Jake's baby. I can.
You will bloody well have an abortion.
You can't tell me what to do. You're always telling me what to do. 19 years of built-up resentment came spewing out.
While you're under my roof.
Then I won't stay under your roof. I pushed past Dad, knocking him with my shoulder, pulled open my drawer, flung clothes onto my bed.
Don't be stupid, he said. Where are you going to go?
Anywhere but here.
You'll stay in your room until I get back from my meeting.
I won't.
I was defiant. You bloody well will, and we'll talk when your mum gets home.
I'll be gone by then. I almost goaded him, but I was too angry to tread carefully. I knew I had gone too far when his fingers dug into my shoulder, and his hand lay heavy on the small of my back, forcing me forward.
I'll make sure you're still here.
I tried to dig my heels in, stretching out my arms for something to grab hold of, but my fingertips closed around air. Before I could properly catch my breath, he was forcing me down the stairs. At the sight of the hall cupboard, with its lock on the door, I knew what he was going to do. Please! My voice was high and shrill, my skin slick with sweat. Don't do this! You don't have to do this! There was a grunt behind me, the sound of heavy breathing, and I did everything I could to make it harder for him. I stiffened my body and struggled, and then there was a second when he released his grip, when I was free, and just as my mind was processing there were no longer hands on me, he opened the cupboard door. I tried to run, but instantaneously there was pressure on the top of my arms and I was shaken, hard. My brain rattled around my skull. I bit my tongue and swallowed down my fear and the metallic taste of blood. My vision grew hazy. The ground beneath my feet felt soft as my body grew limp. I had the sensation of falling before I was yanked back and thrust forward, landing heavily on my hands and knees. My head banged against something hard and solid, and slivers of pain shot through my arms and into my neck. Dazed, I almost didn't hear the slam behind me, the click of a lock. No! Wait! Dad! I leapt to my feet. Nausea rose as the world seemed to rock, and I blindly reached out, trying to find the door. The blackness was all-consuming, crushing. My hands shook as I slapped my palms over the walls, spinning around until at last I found it. I gripped the door handle, but my hand was clammy and it took me 3 attempts to twist it. And when I did, it confirmed what I already knew. I was trapped.
Chapter 45. Then. Something terrible had happened. Nick knew as he stared in horror at the trashed kitchen. He didn't know whether to call the police or search the rest of the house. He had never felt the blood whooshing through his body before, but now he felt everything. His pulse throbbing in his ears, the heat in his veins, the prickling in his scalp. He picked up the knife and held it in front of him as he left the room. The lounge was empty. On its side, a crumpled can of lager on the coffee table, sticky liquid on the glass. Something else for his mum to clear up. Mum. The word filled his head, bouncing around his mind. He needed to find her, and yet he was almost scared to. Something terrible had taken place here tonight. There was a faint knocking noise, and, at first, Nick thought it must be his mum. But it was only the fridge, and the house fell into an eerie silence once more. In the hallway, Nick switched on the light and his stomach contracted hard and fast as he noticed the blood trailing down the passage, up the stairs. He squeezed the knife handle. His palms were slippery now. His grip wasn't as tight as he would have liked. Unbidden, his feet began to climb the stairs. 1, 2, the third that creaked. His whole body tensed. As he reached the top, he half expected a fist to slam into him, pushing him back down. But there was nothing there except the sense of foreboding sticking to him like a second skin. On the landing, Nick caught a whiff of the minty shower gel he had used before he went out. Which way? The bathroom to the left, his parents' room to the right. His whole body was pulsing like it did in the car with Richard's dance music, and at the thought of his friend Nick wondered whether he should ask him to come in. Safety in numbers. Coward, whispered the voice in his head. And Nick forced his feet forward. Mum. He crept into his parents' bedroom, fearing the worst but hoping for the best. He turned on the light and gasped. Chapter 46. Then. I had lost all concept of time as I sat, knees drawn to my chest, arms wrapped around my shins. My eyes had grown accustomed to the blackness and I could make out shapes. Sometimes when I blinked, I thought they moved, but I knew that was impossible. I was alone. To my shame, I had peed in the corner like an animal, and the smell of ammonia stung almost as much as the humiliation I felt. Each time I swallowed, my throat grew sorer. I had given up shouting. My face was streaked with dried tears, which made my skin dry and tight. I really needed a drink, and I strained my eyes in the dark as though one might appear. I had long stopped believing in magic, but I still had hope. He couldn't keep me here forever. Someone would miss me, wouldn't they? Start asking questions soon. Jake. My mouth formed his name and my heart ached. There was a scraping sound outside. My head jerked up, eyes drawn to the door. I couldn't quite see, and simultaneously I was praying for it to open, and equally longing for it to stay closed. There was the soft click, and light sliced through the blackness. I shielded my eyes, whimpering as a hand gripped my elbow, yanking me to my feet. Chapter 47. Then. There was a mound on the bed. Nick had thought it was a body, but as he stood over it, he saw it was just a bunched-up duvet.
The sour smell of his father and unhappiness tainted the air, and he spun around and left the room. Mum. The bathroom door began to creak open before it became jammed. Something heavy prevented it from fully opening. Nick rested his forehead against the door. He felt sick. Coward. He reached inside the gap, hands gripping air until he located the pull cord of the light switch. He yanked hard. There was a pop. Light. Nick shook his head from side to side as he peered through the gap in the door and saw his mum's legs splayed out on the white tiles, the streak of blood by her side. The knife slipped from his grasp as he gently pushed the door and squeezed through the gap, dropping to his knees in front of the too still, too silent body. Mum. He had found her, but he was filled with self-loathing as he pressed his fingers to her neck. He couldn't feel a pulse. He was too late. The front door slammed, and the stairs creaked under the weight of footsteps. Dad. White-hot anger seared through him, scorching his sense of good and bad, right and wrong. He picked up the knife, and he waited. Chapter 48. Then. You stink. Dad pulled me from the small cupboard under the stairs. My legs were stiff and I stumbled, too ashamed to admit I'd been unable to control my bladder, but the stench of urine gave me away. The look of disgust on his face made me feel smaller than I'd ever felt before. The rug in the hallway skidded on the floorboards and I lost my footing again as Dad gripped my elbow, propelling me forward. Go and get cleaned up. Mum will be home soon and then we'll talk. What's the point when you won't listen? Every ounce of logic inside told me I should keep quiet, but the words burst from me. I want Jake. Jake loves me. Love. Dad spat as he dragged me up the stairs. It was awkward with both of us squeezed between the two wooden banisters. I slipped, my feet scrambled for traction, but he didn't once loosen his grip. In that moment I drank everything in. The yellowing gloss paint chipping from the rail. The way the carpet was darker at the edges. The wallpaper curling above the skirting boards. It was as if I knew this would be the last time I would see them, and I had to memorize every last detail. I'll tell you what love is. It's marrying the girl stupid enough to fall pregnant, the giving up on your own dreams to support a family you didn't want. We reached the top of the stairs, and I faced Dad. My eyes searched his face for some sign of affection. You're talking about Mum? About me? I felt winded. I knew Dad wasn't exactly paternal, but I never once thought he didn't want me. I thought his strictness was a sign of love, not fear of me repeating the same mistakes. You didn't want me? Not just me. Mum had plans of her own, but her parents were Catholic. She couldn't have an abortion. And that's what you wish? I'd been aborted? I couldn't quite believe what I was hearing. Oh, don't look all wide-eyed, Cat. We made the best of it. We've been good parents, haven't we? You locked me in a cupboard. Only to stop you running off. We've encouraged you to work hard, follow your dreams. You've encouraged me to follow your dreams. I never wanted to be a doctor. I want to be an actress. I was screaming. Well, you had us fooled running around with that layabout. Jake isn't a layabout. He's... Not in your life anymore is what he is. We can get you into a private clinic. Get this sorted out before uni starts. This? I placed my hands over my belly. This is your grandchild. It's nothing but a mass of cells. It is my baby. My throat was raw as the words were ripped from me. You will ruin your life. Dad's voice raged over mine, and everything I knew I should do and say to calm him down, buy me some time, was eclipsed by one simple fact I could not contain. I love Jake. My voice was quiet but firm, and even to me my words rang true. It was as though Dad aged as he ran his fingers through his thinning hair. I felt a pang of loss for the father who was slipping away from me, as well as for the father I wanted him to be. But summer sunshine picnics and Sunday afternoon games of Monopoly were never part of our family life. I vowed it would be different with my child. Behind Dad, through the landing window, I watched wisps of clouds float by, and I could almost see my ambition being swept away with them. But as strong as the pull of the stage was, the craving of applause, I couldn't imagine anything better than days spent making potato paint prints and moulding wild animals from Play-Doh. The desire to hold my baby sparked a quiet determination in me that chased away my fear. My longing grew hotter and brighter. I won't have an abortion. My eyes locked onto Dad's, and I thought I saw sorrow, but then his eyes grew cold and hard as he clutched my elbow once more. You'll do what I bloody well tell you. He began to shake me. I tried to push him away, but his grip was strong. A primal urge to protect my baby kicked in. I shook my arm free and placed both hands on his chest. My palms were burning hot and tingling as I pushed as hard as I could. The world slowed and stopped. I became keenly aware of the thickness in the air, the terror on Dad's face as he began to fall backwards down the stairs, his arms windmilling. Automatically, I sidestepped so he couldn't drag me down with him. Each bump was sickening. His body bounced and twisted, and, as he landed at the bottom, his head cracked against the hard wooden floor. I covered my face with both hands. The silence was weighted with guilt as I waited for a groan, the sound of movement for redemption. But there was nothing except my heart punching my ribs. It took an age before I splayed my fingers and looked at my father lying face down on the floor below me, his leg at an awkward angle, a trickle of blood seeping from underneath his head. There are so many things I could have done, so many things I should have done. But as I descended the stairs, my legs trembling, my palms still hot and tingling, and stepped over his motionless body, it wasn't to reach for the phone and call to help. It was to reach for the front door. I was numb to everything except the thought of reaching Jake. And it haunts me to this day that I didn't hesitate on the step for a single second. I didn't look back. I ran. Chapter 49. Then. In my rush to leave the house, I had left my bag and purse, but I couldn't go back. What if Dad was conscious? What if he wasn't? I jogged along our street. The bright red postbox where I had posted applications to universities I didn't want to go to. Mrs. Phillips's bungalow. She had always given me an apple as I walked past on my way to school. The cherry tree that coated the pavements with a pale pink blossom, obscuring my chalked-out hopscotch. Dad would never forgive me. Neither would Mum once she knew. It looked like his leg was broken, sticking out at one of the odd angles we'd had to learn for GCSE maths that I thought I would never come across again. It would be incredibly painful when he woke. I slowed, thought I should go back, at least to call for help, sit with him until the ambulance arrived. But then Mum would know about the baby, and the inevitable tears, the guilt I felt over Dad's accident might cloud my judgment. They might force me into an abortion, just as they forced me onto a degree course I never wanted to do. It was best this way. But still my sense of right and wrong raged until the edges were blurred and I didn't know what the right thing was anymore. I stood on the corner, lungs sucking in air. my palms hot and tingling as though they could still feel Dad's chest beneath them, the beating of his heart before I pushed and he lay broken and bleeding on the floor. Mum would be home any minute. It wasn't like he would lie there for hours in pain and alone, but I had never felt so conflicted before. I lay my hands over the baby I could not yet feel, Jake's baby, and I carried on running. By the time I reached Jake's house, there was a stitch jabbing my side, and after I banged on the door, I pressed both hands against my ribs, trying to ease it. "Hello, Catlove. Are you okay?" Nancy looked concerned. "Course you're not. Come in." In the lounge we sat on the sofa, and I longed to pound upstairs and throw myself into Jake's arms, but I couldn't stop them trembling. Didn't think my legs would make it. Nancy handed me a tissue, and I wiped my eyes, blew my nose. "What's happened?" Nancy took my hands in hers. "Between you and Lisa. It breaks my heart you've fallen out. Tell me everything." "It's not Lisa I'm crying about." I fell silent. Where would I even start to tell her what's wrong? "Whatever it is, I can help." I longed to tell her I was carrying her grandchild, but she couldn't be the first person I told. "Is Jake here?" "No, he's gone to the Three Fishes with Lisa." I stood. "I'm going to find him. I'd give you a lift, but he took my car." "I'll be fine," I said, but I could see by the concern in her eyes she didn't believe the words any more than I did. "Jake!" My voice was too loud as I called across the wine bar. Head swiveled, but I didn't care. My clothes were crumpled, my face streaked with tears. I flung myself into his arms. "Do you mind? I'm supposed to be having a night out with my brother?" Lisa kept her voice light, as though she was joking, but her tone didn't quite coat the resentment festering underneath her words. Stung, I tugged at Jake's hand. Now was not the time to start to repair my relationship with Lisa, although I wanted to. "We have to go." "I don't think so." Lisa sidestepped so she was standing between us and the door. "The world doesn't revolve around you, Kat." "I know, but—" The image of Dad, lying like a rag doll at the bottom of the stairs, was burned onto my conscience, but I couldn't say what I had done in public. "I need to talk to Jake, in private." "Private? I'm your best friend, or have you forgotten? But then you don't have any loyalty to me, do you? You could have got me into huge trouble." "What's she talking about?" Jake asked me, but the hostility in Lisa's words had rendered me mute. His gaze shifted to Lisa. "What have you done?" "Nothing as bad as she thinks." She spat out the words. "Nothing as bad as dating your best friend's twin without even talking to her about it first." Lisa pushed her face towards mine. I could smell white wine, cheap and sour. "My own fucking brother!" She was shouting now. I could feel the curious gaze of the other customers and wanted to scream at them to mind their own business, but instead I said quietly, "My dad locked me in a cupboard." "What?" They both looked at me in disbelief. "All day. I've been locked in a tiny cupboard all day, in the dark. I thought I was going to suffocate. I was so scared." I started to cry again. "Let's get out of here." Jake put his arm around my shoulders. "I've got the car outside." "No! You said you'd leave it here and we get a taxi back. You've been drinking, Jake." Lisa held his arm. "I've only had 1 pint and I feel fine." "We were going to talk. I have something to tell you. It's important." "You can see what a state Kat is in. You can tell me later." "Don't go!" She was pleading now, and I felt horrible for Jake, as though he had to choose. "I have to." There was a finality to Jake's words. Lisa looked wretched as she said, "Fine, I'll call you a cab." She stalked outside, already punching numbers on her mobile. "Are you okay?" Jake cupped my face between his palms. Not really. There's something else you need to know. Come on. Jake took my hand and led me out the back door to the car park. What about Lisa? I climbed into the passenger seat. She'll be fine. He eased the car out into the street, and sheltering in the front entrance, Lisa turned, phone to her ear. Wait! She shouted, but Jake drove off. And as I looked in the side mirror, I saw her standing there, and she looked so distraught I felt terrible. Is there anybody I haven't hurt today? We didn't speak as we drove for the short journey out of town. Jake's mobile rang, Lisa's name flashing up, and Jake switched it off. He slipped his mum's car into the lay-by outside the woods, and silently we both opened our doors and stepped outside. Dusty earth rose, tickling my nose as I planted my feet on the ground. Wordlessly, Jake took my hand in his and we fell into step together, both instinctively knowing where we were going. Jake hadn't asked any questions, as though he knew what I had to say would irrevocably alter our lives forever, and I hoped he would see it as a beginning and not an end. Splintered wood snagged my dress as I climbed over the wooden fence. Goosebumps sprung up on my arms. It was colder under the canopy of trees, and I hesitated, wondering whether we should turn back. But Jake rested his arm over my shoulders, and I drew warmth from his presence. Twigs cracked underfoot, and high above the treetops the moon shimmered its hello as the sun bid good night. It grew darker and darker, until we reached the clearing where Jake first made love to me. It felt fitting I would tell him here. Jake shrugged off his jacket and spread it on the ground, and we both sat, bodies pressed tight against each other. I could feel the heat from his skin. His forehead was damp with sweat. He looked scared. I know, he said. My stomach plummeted. What do you know? He took my hand, gently rubbing my knuckles with his thumb. You're pregnant, he said. And he didn't sound sad or angry or any of the things I thought he might. He stated the fact as though it were inevitable. Yes. Time was suspended as I waited for him to speak. The wind stopped blowing, the leaves stopped rustling. I crossed the fingers on the hand that was hanging by my side, praying he would tell me it would all be okay. Instead, he let go of me and stumbled as he stood. The first step he took away from me almost broke my heart. Chapter 50. Then. Jake took another step forward, and it felt as though everything was being ripped away. But then he turned and dropped to one knee. Marry me, Kat. Don't be stupid. I looked into the eyes of the boy I loved, and I knew I'd have to tell him what I'd done to my dad. He'd probably never look at me the same way again. Stupid? He began to tickle me. Handsome, funny, and oh so sexy, but stupid? No. Madly in love with you? Yes. We can make this work. Can we? More than anything, I wanted to believe him. We can. But nothing. It may be sooner than we'd hoped, but you and me, Kat, were written in the stars. His arm arced towards the sky, a big, sweeping gesture. A baby, a family of 3. It would have happened eventually anyway. You can still act, I can still be an architect. It will be fine, better than fine, you'll see. His words tumbled out, one mad rush, and his euphoria crushed over me, washing away my doubts. Here. He unclasped the gold cross he always wore. I lifted my hair as he fastened it around my neck. I'll get you a ring, of course. We may be young, but we'll do it all properly, he said. And this time, when he made love to me. It wasn't against the tree, hard and fast, but on the floor of the forest, soft and sweet. I didn't care if we never made it to a bed, as long as I spent the rest of my life in Jake's arms. If it wasn't for the drizzle, I'd have been happy lying, limbs entwined, for hours. But as the cold drops of rain fell heavier, we ran to the car, holding Jake's jacket over our heads, and I felt as though we were running into our future. I can't go home. I chewed my thumb nervously as I sat in the passenger seat. You can stay at mine. Mum will be cool. On the verges, rabbits ventured out now darkness had fallen, despite the rain bouncing off the car roof, making the road look even darker. Jake was driving faster than usual. The radio was tuned to the old-fashioned station Nancy loved. The monkeys sang I'm a Believer. I glanced at his profile, the sheen covering his skin, his torso hunched over the wheel as if he could make the car go even faster. Are you okay? Part of me wondered whether he'd gone into shock, whether the news was too much. He turned to me, his eyes glinting in the gloom. I'm feeling a bit sick, actually. My head's spinning. You're sure, aren't you, about the baby? I'm really going to be a dad. Yes. Pull over and get some air. You're going too fast anyway. I placed a hand over my stomach. The heater was blasting out warm air, but the windscreen was fogging. I fished a tissue out of my bag and tried to wipe it clean, but I spread the dampness, making it worse. I just want to get home, process it all properly. Parents, us. The car lurched forward as he speeded up, and there was a squealing of tires as we head around the bend. The monkeys faded to Are You Lonesome Tonight? And Elvis Presley's voice was so wistful, it almost seemed like a sign. Something bad was going to happen. Jake? Chill, it's okay. His eyes locked onto mine. One of his hands left the wheel and he tucked my hair behind my ear, and his touch was so tender. The music filled the car, and it felt like the perfect moment, until lights dazzled me through the windscreen. My head jerked towards the road. I was transfixed by the headlights of the other car approaching us, on the wrong side of the road, far too fast. Everything seemed to slow. I do not know whether I screamed first or raised both my arms in front of my face. Metal crunched. The seatbelt sliced into me as I was thrown forward and then pushed back as the airbag inflated. My head pounded against the window, and blackness sucked me under. I don't know how long I was out for, but the first thing I was aware of was the crushing darkness. It was dark. So dark. I couldn't see, and panic tornadoed through me. It took every ounce of energy to prise open my eyes, and I blinked furiously as they began to water. It was hot, unbearably hot. Acrid smoke sealed off my throat, and as I coughed and coughed, my lungs burned with the effort of trying to drag in air. My ribs felt like they would shatter. Jake! I was screaming his name over and over, but I think it must have been in my head because I couldn't hear. Just for one solitary moment, there was perfect silence, before my senses roared back to life. Someone was screaming, anguished cries that my ears would never forget. I didn't think it was me. I couldn't move, couldn't think. Where was I? I was trapped, and I was scared. So scared. Somehow Elvis was still singing, but I wasn't sure if it was real. I wasn't sure if I was real. There was something warm and sticky running down my face, and as it trickled down my nose I could smell the blood.
Every cell in my body screamed at me to move, to run. But I couldn't. Jake! I must reach him. But I couldn't undo my seatbelt. I couldn't feel my body properly. There was no pain. Why wasn't there any pain? Jake! I tried to shift in my seat. I was weak, but I put my palms under me and raised myself up slightly before dropping again. And as I sank back into the seat, I felt a dampness between my thighs. I was so scared I thought I must have wet myself. Jake! He didn't answer. I looked to my right. His eyes were open, a crimson river gushing from his temple. He was waxy, still, and his stillness conjured the image of my dad, bleeding and broken at the bottom of the stairs. Momentarily I raised my fingers, touching the gold cross around my neck. And it crossed my mind that this was some divine punishment for what I'd done. Chapter 51. Then. Nick stood, hand gripping the knife handle, the steel blade glinting in the light. The footsteps reached the top of the landing, and a voice called, "Nick, you found my jacket?" Nick stepped out of the bathroom and opened and closed his mouth, silently watching confusion, worry, and then an awful realization flit across Richard's face as he noticed Nick's mum lying on the floor. "Angela?" Richard's voice was loud, firm, in control. Nick sagged against the doorframe, thankful Richard had done his Duke of Edinburgh award. Nick silently promised he'd learn first aid so he'd never feel this helpless again. He covered his mouth with both hands, watching as Richard pressed his fingers against Mum's neck. He hadn't felt a pulse, but Richard knew exactly where to touch. He nodded before saying, "She's alive." "I'll go and phone for an ambulance," Nick said, but before he had reached the top of the stairs, he heard his mum whimper and then moan. He rushed to her side. "Mum!" Nick's voice cracked. "I thought you were... Where is he?" Mum's voice was raspy, her eyes glazed. As she struggled to sitting, she pressed her hand against the side of her head. Scarlet drops of blood trickled through her fingers. "He's not here." Nick exchanged a worried glance with Richard, keenly aware his dad could return at any time. "Mum, I'm going to fetch a doctor." "No, I'm fine." But his mum winced as she moved. "He found out." She tore off toilet tissue and dabbed at the cut on her mouth. "The money. He knew I was going to leave. I thought..." She whimpered. "I thought he was going to kill me." "I'll call the police, Angela." Richard squeezed her arm. "He won't come near you again." "No, not safe." Mum stood and stumbled. Nick caught her around the waist and she fell into him, and he remembered the time he used to press his small body against her legs, bury his head into her stomach to block out the shouting. "I want to leave. I have to leave." Hysteria crept into her voice, and Nick soothed her as she used to him. "Shh, it's okay." "It's not okay." But her tone was lower, calmer. "We have to leave. When we're safe, we can call the police." "Where will we go?" "My sister, your aunt. She'll take us in." "Is she local, Angela? I can drop you off." Richard checked his watch. Nick knew he was thinking of the function he needed to go to, the icy disapproval of his father if he missed it. "It's about an hour's drive," Mum said. Nick exchanged a glance with Richard. It would cost a fortune by taxi, cash they didn't have. "Richard, could you lend me some money, please?" Nick hated asking. Richard swallowed hard and tapped his keys against his thigh, the way he always did when he was thinking. "Take these." He pressed the car keys into Nick's hands. "I don't have much cash on me and I must go. I'm nearly late as it is. I'll grab my jacket and catch the bus on the corner. You get your mum out of here, away from... Richard's gaze swept over the blood on the floor, the knife. But I haven't passed my test, Nick said, though he curled his fingers against the key fob anyway. No, but you're good enough. You had a great instructor. Richard offered a faint smile, and there was so much Nick wanted to say, but his head was full of things they needed to pack, the thought his dad might come back, and instead he patted Richard on the shoulder. Sometimes there was no need for words. Why haven't I ever heard of this aunt? Nick said. The rain was torrential. Nick knew he should focus all his attention on the road, but he'd grown up watching Casualty, and knew from the egg-sized bump on Mum's forehead he should keep her talking. He was terrified she would fall asleep before he got there. It wasn't like he knew where he was going anyway. We were close as sisters growing up. Mum started to speak, her words unclear as they spilled from her split lip, and Nick turned down the radio so he could properly hear her. He didn't want to listen to songs about being a believer. As he looked at his mum's battered face, he thought he would never believe in anything again. After I married your dad, he insisted we moved away. And every time she came to visit, he'd be rude, and he'd always twist it around to make it look like she was the one who didn't like him. It was awkward, I suppose, having her in the house. I'd still visit her, though, at first, but each time I arranged to go, something always came up. Your dad wasn't feeling well, or there wasn't enough money for the train fare, I don't know. Mum pressed her hands against her ribs, wincing as she shifted on her seat. Nick tried to smile reassuringly as he glanced over at her, but his teeth were gritted, his hands clenched hard around the steering wheel. He almost wished they were round his dad's neck. It was an impossible situation for me, caught in the middle. She thought he was a bully, and he thought she was trying to turn me against him. We were so close once. Mum sniffed hard, and Nick thought she might be talking about Dad until she spoke again. Lots of my friends had siblings they fought with, but it wasn't like that with us. Our birthdays were close together and we always had a joint party. Mum couldn't afford to splash out for two, but we never minded. One year our mum tried to make it two different themes, mermaids and princesses, but we wanted to be the same and ended up mixing up the costumes so we could look identical. I had a fishtail and a tiara. I'll never forget that party. Mum's voice grew fainter before her words were indistinguishable, and Nick felt a tight knot of tension in his neck as he twisted his head to look at her. Even in the darkness of the car he could see how deathly pale she was, how her eyelids fluttered as she tried to keep them open. Tell me about the last time you spoke to her. Nick felt terrible firing questions at her, but he didn't want her drifting off. Not yet. She bought a house and asked us to move in with her. You and me. She reached out a hand and touched Nick's arm. Dad was furious, and then someone anonymously rang her boss and told him she had been bragging about stealing things from work. A complete lie, but she lost her job, lost the house. Dad never admitted it, but I knew it was him. He's always been too scared to confront people directly. Nick indicated left. He wasn't too sure this was the right turning. What a bastard. Yes, but at the time I made excuses for him. I thought about how hard it must be for him, losing a career, money, being dependent on me. No wonder he lost his pride. You can dress it up how you want, but the bottom line is he's a coward. Nick leaned forward. Visibility was poor and he didn't know the roads. Why didn't you leave Dad if you had somewhere to go? I don't know. The distress in Mum's voice sliced Nick to the core. She was furious, telling me I had to choose between them. He was sweet, saying she was jealous. I had a husband when she didn't. He can be very persuasive when he wants to be. Divorce would have seemed almost shameful, I suppose. My parents wouldn't have been around to see it, but they believed marriage vows were for life. So did I.
In his peripheral vision, Nick noticed his mum twist her wedding ring around her finger. He'd hoped she'd tug it off and lob it out of the window into the blackness and the sheets of rain. "It's not too late for you, Mum." Nick believed this to be true. "You can be happy again, away from him."
"I'm not going back. Not this time."
And under her exhaustion, her fear, her words were coated in steel.
"I'm going to spend some quality time with my sister, and then I'm going to travel, see all the places I've never been, try new foods, experience new cultures. I want to live."
She exhaled sharply, as though blowing her desire to travel out into the world she so wanted to see. On the radio, Elvis began to croon "Are You Lonesome Tonight?" Mum leaned forward to turn up the volume.
"This is my favourite song,"
she said. "Do you know where we are?" It felt as though they had been on the road forever, and, with the lack of streetlights, the open countryside, Nick hadn't seen a street sign for what seemed like miles. "There's a sign for Shillacre. Do you know it?" But his mum didn't answer. Her eyes were closed and she swayed slightly in her seat, lost to the music, lost to a happier time past, or dreaming of the ones yet to come. Nick twisted around and picked up the map he'd looked at earlier. He shook it out on his lap, glanced down as he looked for Farncaster, the town his Aunt Natasha lived in, but it was too dark to see properly. He popped on the interior light for a second, and he eased his foot off the accelerator. He'd marked Farncaster on the map before they'd left. He ran his finger along the tangle of lines and saw he'd missed the turning. He'd have to find a gateway or something to spin the car around. Everything seemed to happen at once. His mum's voice rose in pitch, singing out clear and strong. His foot squeezed the accelerator, energized now he knew they were almost there. The glare of the approaching headlights, the awful sinking feeling in his stomach as his head jerked upright. The realization that he had, for a split second, drifted onto the wrong side of the road. Everything seemed to slow, and by the time his reactions kicked in, it was too late. There was the squealing of brakes, the look of horror on the face of the passenger in the other car before she raised her arms in front of her face. Her eyes screwed shut, mouth open in a scream, was something Nick had never been able to forget. There was the crunching sound of metal. He and his mum were thrust forward before being yanked back. Nick's reflexes roared back to life. "Mum?" He was almost too scared to look, too scared not to look. But as he turned, tears of relief fought their way free as his mum's eyes locked onto his. Despite the shock on her face, the sliver of blood trickling down her cheek, she looked okay. "I'll call for help," he said. He clicked open his door and, as he got out, he almost didn't hear his mum speaking above the wailing coming from the other car as a woman screamed "Jake" over and over again. "Wait," Mum said. "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be driving. You've no license, and with your suspended sentence you'll go to prison." With small, jerky movements, she dragged herself over to the driver's seat. "I'll say I was alone. You have to go." "I won't leave you." There was a gash above Nick's eyebrow. He wiped blood from his eye. Nick knew he should stay. He wanted to stay. But was his mum right? Should he flee? The sound of Elvis was drowned out by a roaring in Nick's ears that grew louder and louder, the word prison spinning round and round his head. The last thing he heard was his mum saying, "Run!" And to his eternal shame, he did. Chapter 52. Then. There were shadows on the ceiling as consciousness tugged me awake. Dark, malevolent creatures with snapping jaws and flaring nostrils. My hospital gown was scratchy, tiny spiders skittering over my skin. I placed my hands over my belly as though I could keep the monsters at bay, keep my baby safe. But I knew while I was sleeping, one of them had slipped inside my head and they'd whispered it was too late for Jake. The image of him slumped in the seat, eyes wide and unseeing, was almost too much to bear. But sleep was waiting, and I stepped into its arms where it cradled me, warm and soft. When I woke again, Mum was sitting beside me, fiddling with the hem of her dress. "How are you?" she asked, but I couldn't answer her, fixing my eyes instead on the clear plastic jug next to my bed. She sloshed water into a beaker and gently propped up my pillow so I could sip. And her touch was so tender, so unexpected, it brought with it a memory of lying on the sofa as a child, throat raw, fever raging. She had cradled my head in her lap and stroked my forehead. Time slipped past as I drifted between sleep and wakefulness, and we must have stayed like that for hours until Dad's key had turned in the lock and she'd hurried to the kitchen to start dinner. And it hit me, for the first time. She loved me. "Mum." I didn't know what I wanted to say. I didn't know what I wanted her to say, but she said nothing, fussing instead with water that had spilled, mopping up with tissues. "Mum," I said again, this time louder. There was another painful pause until Mum said, slowly, carefully, "There's been an accident." The whites of her eyes were streaked with tiny blood vessels, as though she had been crying for a long time. "But I'll be okay." I shifted in my bed. My body felt heavy. I was talking about Dad. He had a fall down the stairs, while you were out with Jake. That loose carpet he never fixed, I expect. She looked at everything but me. "But he's okay." Wordlessly, she shook her head, and I fumbled for her hand, but she pulled it out of reach. I didn't feel guilt or regret or any of the things I thought I might. Not then, anyway. Then, all I felt was numbness. "The police want to talk to you," she said. "They'll likely be in later. They'll want to talk to you about the car accident too, but I've told them about the loose stair carpet. Told them you were out at the time." She stood. "Don't go," I cried as she headed for the exit. But I had no words to pull her back as she hovered, fingertips brushing the door handle. She lowered her head, and her voice was barely audible over the clattering trolleys in the corridor outside. "I think it's better if you don't come home, Kat, when you leave here. I've brought you in some clothes." "Why?" "You know why." She turned and held me in her gaze, and it burned white hot. And this time it was me that couldn't look at her. "You mustn't tell, Kat." As the door swung shut behind her, I realized she knew what I'd done, and that if I'd left, we'd be the only ones who did. She was setting me free, and I was certain for the second time that day she loved me. But it was a small comfort. The doctor stood in front of the window. A shaft of sunlight cast him in bronze, almost as though he was a god. He was speaking, but it was like watching a foreign film without subtitles.
We performed a D&C, of course, when we brought you in.
A what?
A dilation and curettage. It's where we scrape away the contents of the uterus. The scan showed there was still some tissue there.
The dawning, when it came, was slow and sickening. My hospital bed spinning and spinning, and I gripped the sides so I didn't fly away.
You do understand what has happened, Miss White?
No, I say without hesitation, because if I pretended not to understand, it could not be real. It could not be true. But it was. My baby was gone, along with Jake. I was all alone. He explained once more before checking his watch and hurrying away, leaving me in the cold, sterile room with the monsters on my ceiling and my dark, dark thoughts. I curled into myself, remaining dry-eyed and mute with grief as the hours blurred and stretched. I turned away from the kind nurse with the curly blonde hair, who murmured comforting words I did not want to hear. Phrases such as complete recovery and future pregnancies sprung at me with sharpened claws, but still I could not feel. Eventually, the sound of an infant wailing on a distant ward was my undoing. An onslaught of tears and regret and shame, while the monster in my head laughed and told me I would always hear it. The lost baby, my baby, that I deserved no less. Days later, as I dressed to leave, I found an envelope in the bag of clothes Mum left. £5,000. Enough to start again. As I left the hospital, the bright sunlight bouncing off the row of ambulances, the world felt too large. I was too small. I was misshapen with grief and knew I still had it with me, the darkness. What I didn't know was the scar tissue left over from the D&C would prevent me from ever conceiving again. If I had known then, my unravelling might have been complete. Chapter 53. Now. It is the dripping of the kitchen tap that brings me back to the present moment. Nick and I slumped on the kitchen floor as though shedding the lives we've been carrying have made us heavier, not lighter. Eventually, it is me who speaks first.
You killed Jake. My baby.
I hiss out my words, my anger catching in my throat. Nick rubs his scar and this causes my fury to erupt.
You expect me to feel fucking sorry for you because you cut your fucking head? That accident left Jake dead. It left me infertile.
I am so sorry.
His useless apology claws at my chest, burrows into my racing heart that feels in danger of bursting from my ribcage, free to skitter across the kitchen floor, where it will sit with us amongst the shards of our marriage.
You knew. You knew it was me.
Yes.
So you married me out of guilt? Out of pity? Did you even love me?
Kat, I love you, I do.
He reaches for my hand, but I snatch mine away.
It was a lie. It was all a lie.
My head is swimming as I draw in short, sharp breaths through my nose.
No!
How soon did you realise who I was?
As soon as I saw you in the high street.
I had never been able to forget a face. I waited until you came out of the temping agency and I went straight in and booked you to work for the charity. There is a pressure in my skull, 1,000 fingers pressing into my temples. I never expected to fall in love with you, Kat, but I did. I do love you. At first, I just wanted to make amends somehow. Give you a job.
Richard had helped me buy that first investment property, and I'd done so well when the market boomed. It didn't seem right. You needed help too. I wanted to put you back on your feet. You can never make amends. I know. Nick shuffles backwards until he is leaning against the cupboard under the sink. I've lived with what I've done every day for the past 10 years. But you moving here, it seemed like fate. Written in the stars almost. Don't you say that! I lunge at him, beating my fists against his chest. Don't you ever say that! I pummel out my rage until I am spent. Broken. Lying on my back, staring at the spotlights until my vision speckles. Why tell me now? My tone is dull, as though I don't care, but I do. I almost wish I didn't know. Knowing can't be undone, can it? After tonight, things will never be the same again. Him. Nick nods and I groan. I'd almost forgotten about him. Aaron, how do you know? That's not Aaron, Nick says with certainty. Confused, I roll over, scrambling onto my hands and knees, and turn the head of the figure on the floor. Nick is right. This man is older than us, possibly in his 50s. I take him in, his salt and pepper beard. It's the man who has been watching the house. Who is he? I ask. My dad. I rest back on my heels, and for a moment, all that can be heard is the dripping tap in the silence that stretches under the weight of all my questions. Your dad? I struggle to understand. The dad you told me was dead. I can't tear my eyes away from the figure on the floor. This is my father-in-law. The stench of cheap alcohol forces me to turn my head as I press 2 fingers to his neck. He's alive, at least. We need to call an ambulance, Nick. No matter what he's done, he's still your dad. I can't believe you told me he was dead. You didn't tell me the truth about your dad, he bites back as he hefts his dad into the recovery position. I moan softly and fold into myself as though I can hide away from what I have done. I didn't mean that, Kat. It was an accident. You can't blame yourself. But I can. I should. I do. Let's wait a bit before we call for help, Nick says. He stinks of booze. I've seen him in this state many, many times before. He's bound to come around. My dad didn't, I say softly. As the years had passed, it had been easy to pretend it wasn't quite real somehow. That my parents were still living in the same house. That I chose not to see them. Sharing the truth with Nick had turned it into something else. Something worse. I am a murderer. I can't repeat the same mistake now. I won't. The questions I have for Nick that are multiplying in my mind at lightning speed will have to wait. We have to call an ambulance, Nick. He may be drunk, but he banged his head. He's got a beanie on. That would have cushioned the blow. It didn't sound like it. Shh! I need to think, Nick says. But what he means is he needs to think of an excuse. There's nothing to think about. I start to rise to my feet, but then I remember there is a lot to think about. Lisa is still trapped in the basement. Chapter 54. Now. So, is this it? I can't tear my eyes away from Nick's dad, watching the reassuring rise and fall of his ribcage. Or is your mum likely to pop up too? There is a nastiness in my tone I don't recognise, a blackness swelling beneath the surface. Nick, I say sharply when he doesn't answer. Where is your mum? Mum's dead. Nick drops his head into his hands, and the sound of his voice cracking,
The sight of him so broken holds the darkness at bay. Despite him shattering everything I thought was real and slicing me to the core with the splinters of the truth, I instinctively want to comfort him. But I don't. The car accident killed her. I'm surprised. The policeman who interviewed me said only Jake died. She didn't die then. She had a stroke. It's common after head injuries. Hence the charity. I try to focus on what Nick is saying. Stroke support was for you. Yes. So Richard's grandmother having a stroke, that was another lie. I'm hardly in a position to be judgmental, but I can't seem to help it. Mum died 2 weeks ago. I feel as though I have been slapped. Out of all the things I have learned tonight, it strikes me as odd that this is the one that hurts the most. All this time, Nick had a mum who loved him, who might have loved me. A family. Strangely, I don't blame her. I feel a kinship with her, the other passenger in the crash. She must have felt the same cold, hard terror as me as our cars rushed towards each other. She wasn't the one who lied to me. She's been alive all this time. Why didn't you tell me about her? Why haven't I met her? She had brain damage, hadn't been able to speak, didn't even know who I was. There was little point introducing you. But still, if I had taken you to see her, you'd have wanted some sort of explanation. I didn't want you to hate me. In his voice is regret and something else. Fear, perhaps. But I can't reassure him I don't hate him. I don't even know him. He is a stranger to me. This man who I promised to spend the rest of my life with. This man who snatched away my chance to have a child of my own. Bitterness stings my throat, hot and sour. So who looked after your mum? Clearly not you. I am consumed with the need to know everything about her, the woman who tried to protect her son. She's been in a nursing home for years. I've been paying for it every month. The bank statements, the regular payments, not maintenance at all. So Ada's not your daughter? Ada? Of course not. Why would you think that? Nick shakes his head as though nothing would surprise him. But you sent Claire flowers. Your scarf was there. You've been seeing her. She's been helping me arrange your surprise 30th party, that's all. She's been doing a great job. Speaking to Lisa, finding out what you'd like. It was going to have a Desperate Housewives theme. I've recommended her to clients as a party planner. She's raking it in and it's all cash in hand. You've been so distracted. I thought you were having an affair. Why would you think that? I've never given you any reason not to trust me. Nick covers his mouth with his fingertips and exhales deeply through his nostrils, as though he has realized the ridiculousness of his words. I don't let it drop. With the rain lashing against the window, the wind howling outside, it is the night for truth. You stayed away overnight, twice. Mum took a turn for the worse on Christmas Day. My Aunt Natasha texted me. Your aunt? Natasha, who had plagued him with texts when we first met. She wasn't his ex-girlfriend at all. I went to see Mum. After Lisa had her miscarriage and you took off, I took the opportunity to go to Farncaster, to the nursing home. I didn't even recognise her. My own mother. Nick's voice is thick with tears. I had to go back to reception to check I had the right room. He starts to cry again, and my emotions fight inside me as the urge to soothe him is tempered by the knowledge of the irrecoverable damage he has done to me. To us. The receipt in the laundry basket. I say, almost to myself. I knew there was something wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on what. The cafe I went to was called the Coffee House, not the Farncaster Bean Cafe. The receipt was Nick's. So the business was never in trouble. No, sorry. I didn't know what else to say to explain going away. I thought you were having an affair, you know. I would never do that to you. Nick looks so outraged, I almost want to laugh. Does he really think sleeping with someone else is the ultimate betrayal? I wanted to tell you when Mum died. I needed you with me at the funeral, but I didn't know what to say without more lies. I'm so tired of keeping things hidden. The second time you went away, was that the funeral? Yes. Natasha insisted on arranging it. She wouldn't let me pay either, but it was my responsibility, wasn't it? I left her an envelope of cash. You took the money from the safe? Yes. I think of what I found instead of the money I was looking for. The teddy, the ring? The bear was mine. Teddy Edward. A ghost of a smile passes Nick's lips. The ring was Mum's. It was my grandmother's first. We can pass it down if it's a girl, if you still want... Nick smacks his forehead with his palm. Stupid. Of course you won't want me now, he says. And yet there is hope in his eyes as he looks at me. I don't tell him I still want him. I can't. There's a groan from Nick's dad, a shift in position. I think he's coming round. Natasha told him about the funeral. Nick jerks his head towards his dad. She said she felt he had a right to know, but told him he wasn't welcome to come. He caught me coming out of the office yesterday. Said he left the wreath on our doorstep on the day of the service, thinking I'd take it, but I'd already left. As if a fucking wreath can make up for the years of misery he caused Mum. The wreath was never for me. All along I'd thought Lisa was out for revenge, or her parents, even my mum, after I'd stopped outside my old house and seen the twitch of the curtains. Imagined her behind them. Had I really got everything so wrong? Kevin. Him. Nick shoots lasers at his dad. Said he spent years wanting to get in touch, but didn't know how, until Mum took a turn for the worse and someone from the nursing home passed on our landline and our address. He told me he's been ringing here. But he hung up when I answered. I fill in the gaps. He was waiting for me to pick up. He came to the house a few times, probably only when he was drunk and feeling guilty. He was too cowardly to tell you who he was. He must have been the one looking through the window, watching me sleep. He was hoping to see me. He sent the book, How to Cope with Death. I thought it was because of the anniversary of Jake's death, or Dad's death. I thought someone... I ordered that. Did it come? I've been struggling. Nick seems to shrink before my eyes. I dream of Mum every night. The way she always read me a bedtime story, no matter how late she came home. Turning the pages with hands red raw with cleaning. Always smelling of bleach. I can't believe she's gone. The book was for Nick. The label on the package had been damp with rain and peeling. Only our surname and address visible. I had assumed it was sent to me. I had assumed too much. Nick rubs his eyes with his sleeve. Dad said he was sorry for everything, but it's too late, isn't it? It's a statement, not a question. He shouldn't have come here. It's all his fault. I look at Nick's dad lying prone on the floor and wonder what would have happened if he hadn't hurt his back, lost his job. The different paths we would all have taken. Jake might still be here. We might be a happy family of 3 or 4. It's almost incomprehensible how the actions of a complete stranger have shaped my life. The butterfly effect. A flutter is all it takes. So many lives ruined, mine included. Did you ever want a family, Nick? Or were you trying to replace what I'd lost? My throat stings as I swallow my bitterness. What you took from me. Of course I do. It was awful seeing you hurt when the adoptions fell through. I felt so powerless, so responsible. If we'd tried to adopt here, I can't help thinking it would have been different somehow. Kat, there was so much red tape adopting from another country, but at least it was only Richard filling out the paperwork and us signing it. In the UK, with the face-to-face interviews you have to go through, the home visits, it was inevitable you'd become aware I'd been charged with ABH, and, to be honest, after we visited the orphanage that time and met Due, I couldn't imagine not giving a child from that sort of background a home. I nod. The first thing I have agreed with. I still feel the weight of Due's loss in my heart, his heaviness in my arms. I still remember row upon row of cots cramped into one tiny room, the endless crying, the smell of feces and despair. I was gutted when Due went to another family. After Mai, it was almost too much to bear. I decided we'd be better off trying to adopt in the UK after all. I was going to tell you I had a criminal record, but then you suggested surrogacy and it seemed like the better option, and it's working okay, isn't it? Ignoring his question, I drift back to our celebratory dinner at the Fox and Hounds, giddy with champagne and hope. It all seemed so long ago. Did Richard sabotage the adoptions? God, no, he fought really hard. He offered some of his own money to try and get Due here. He does care about us, you know. He's just always been wary of me being with you, of the past coming back. He'd lied to the police, don't forget. Told them he'd lent the car to Mum that night and she was alone. The ripples of deceit spread. When you told me Lisa was Jake's brother, he was deeply unhappy with the connection. That day we all had lunch. He talked to Lisa in the garden, accused her of being a gold digger, ordered her to stay away from us until she went into labour or he'd stop the extra payments. He didn't want... I'm so sorry. I know how much you wanted to be involved with the pregnancy. There is no pregnancy, I say harshly, and I see the hurt in Nick's eyes and realise how much he wanted this too. You better come with me. Where? But I don't answer. Nick trails me into the hall. I open the door of the basement. It is gloomy, silent. I don't understand. Shh, I say. Fear grips me, and I can't put a finger on why, but I can almost sense something has happened to Lisa. Without thinking, I hurry down the stairs and must be about halfway down when I lose my footing and slip. A blood-curdling scream full of pain fills the air, but my lips are clamped together. It isn't me who has screamed. Chapter 55. Now. Everything seems to slow, my hands gripping air as I tumble down the stairs. For a second I see my dad falling, hear the sickening crash as he landed at the bottom of the stairs. There's a searing pain in my knee as I land awkwardly and a strange sensation of floating, but I tumble back to reality as it comes again. The scream. Lisa is lying on the sofa on her back, knees bent. Lise? I scramble over to her. It's coming. It? I can't make sense of what she is telling me, and my head is throbbing where it banged against the banister. The fucking baby! She bellows, and I am suspicious. Elated. Confused. There's a baby? You really did it, the surrogacy. God, I'm so sorry, Lise, for doubting you. I'm not ready. Lisa's distress spreads like ripples in a pond. I am aware of Nick hovering behind me. I can feel his panic matching mine. He shouldn't be coming yet, I say, as though my words might be able to change things. I can't believe this is happening. Lisa doesn't speak. Her face hot pink, fringe damp and plastered to her forehead. The whole room stinks of sweat. She pants and I stroke her hair, let her grip my hand. There's a baby. Call an ambulance, Nick. With the response time somewhere this rural. Last time someone in the village called an ambulance, it took a fucking hour. We'd be better off taking her to the hospital in the car. Can you stand, Lisa? Nick says.
No, I can feel the head.
Lisa is crying. I'm going to have a look, I say. Nick turns to the wall as I ease down Lisa's knickers. She's right. There's not enough time to go anywhere.
Fuck!
Lisa throws her head back and bellows.
I can't do this, I can't.
You can. I feel a rush of warmth towards her. We can. Together. Look at me. She turns her head, her eyes full of tears. We are locked together in this moment, in every moment that has come before. School plays where she'd cheer me on, exams I'd help her revise for. Bad haircuts, birthday parties, first love, first loss. It has always been together, and all of it was leading to this. I am stunned, but I can't afford to stand around thinking how I've got her wrong. Nick, I snap to attention. Boil some water and fetch some towels, some scissors and something warm to wrap the baby in. He hurries up the stairs, and when he's gone, Lisa says, Kat, there are things I need to tell you.
Christ, this hurts!
The muscles in my back scream as I hunch over her, remembering all the times I'd watched one born every minute. My teeth are gritted as I hold the baby's head in my hands, waiting for the next wave of contractions. Lisa can't stop babbling, shouting, screaming, and I don't try to guide her. Her body knows what to do, and she will cope with this in any way she can. It seems like an age before Nick comes back with a scalding kettle full of water but no bowl, and the towels from the bathroom damp from use. But I don't send him back for more. It's nearly over. Lisa has stopped talking and is wailing and grunting. I tell Nick to hold her hands, and he shouts out in pain as she squeezes too tightly. With one last guttural cry, Lisa pushes and the baby slithers into my arms and, although he is covered in gunk, I have never seen anything more beautiful in my entire life. But he is still, silent, blue. He's not breathing. Strangely, I am suddenly calm. I've seen enough births on TV to automatically ease my finger between the umbilical cord and his neck. There's a gasp, a juddering breath, a piercing cry, and I've never heard anything quite so lovely. He is small, but not worryingly so. Perfectly formed. It's a boy, Lise. Nick hands me scissors and I carefully cut the umbilical cord and wrap the baby in the fleecy lemon blanket with the giraffe in the corner that Nick has fetched from the nursery. Lise? I don't feel right, Kat. Suddenly there is blood. Too much blood. Lisa's lungs rattle and she is chalk white. Nick. I place the baby gently on the floor. Fetch some cold water, a flannel and a phone. Hurry. Kat, she whispers. I'm scared. You're going to be fine, I say. But as I cradle her face between my hands, her eyes start to roll back into her head. Chapter 56. Now. I don't hear Nick come back into the room. I don't know he is here until he touches my shoulder. Kat. He says more than just my name, but all I hear is static. I am sobbing so hard I cannot hear. I cannot speak. My head is resting on Lisa's chest, but underneath my ear there is no beating of her heart. Kat, Nick says again. This time his hands are under my armpits and he tries to hoist me to my feet,
but I grab hold of Lisa's shirt.
No!
I don't want to let her go.
Please!
Get out the fucking way, Cat, Nick shouts. There's a whimpering to my side and my eyes are drawn to the baby. My baby. His tiny fingers are flexing, his eyes screwed shut. I scoop him into my arms and step to the side. Nick tilts Lisa's head back, and despite seeing resuscitation 1,000,000 times on TV, there is none of the tension I feel when I watch Casualty. None of the drama. Just a sad resignation it is too late. But still, I watch. 2 breaths, 30 chest compressions. I count them in my head. 2 breaths, 30 chest compressions. I wonder if that is the right number. I wonder if it matters. Fuck! Nick sits back on his heels. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
I am shaking violently with shock. I can't believe what has just happened. We have to phone an ambulance. They'll probably call the police.
What about the baby?
I draw him closer to my chest. He yawns, wide and gummy. Nick toes the floor with his shoe and looks at anything but me.
You think they will take him away?
He's not ours, Cat. Lisa has a family. They will want him.
He is ours. We had a contract.
Everything is slipping through my fingers. Grains of sand on the beach. The sandcastles me and Lisa used to build crumbling into nothing as if they were never there. But this baby, he is here. Real, solid, and I won't let him go. The contract isn't legal. Richard warned us. The baby has to live with us for 6 weeks before a residency order can be granted. Besides what? I try to keep my voice calm as I rock from one foot to another, gulping back salty tears. He can't be ours, can he? I don't know much about babies, but even if he's early, it's still too soon, isn't it?
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
I hiss out my words. I am not going to think about the way Lisa had clung to my hand as Nick located towels and boiled water, fetched the blanket from the nursery, telling me how miserable she'd been since Jake died. How her mum seemed disappointed she was the one who was alive. How lonely she had been. It had been easy to get drunk in the pub on what would have been her and Jake's 30th birthday. It had been easy to fall into bed with Aaron at the end of the night, despite the fact they hadn't spoken for nearly 10 years.
I didn't know what to do when I was pregnant, she had sobbed. I didn't plan it. Any of it, I swear. Aaron is married. He doesn't want his wife finding out. He said it was a mistake and he doesn't want anything to do with me or the baby. I thought you'd made the pregnancy up. I thought you were both trying to extort money from me. No! How could you think that?
Lisa screwed her face up tightly before she carried on.
I noticed you in that magazine and it said you lived in Cranes Hill. I just wanted to see you. I've missed you so much. I haven't seen Dad in years. Me and Mum barely speak. I wanted to talk about Jake.
Lisa gabbled as I focused on delivering her baby, and I let her ramble on.
You know I didn't ever want a baby. I can't be a single mum. Couldn't tell Mum I'd had an affair with a married man like Dad.
You were pregnant when we met. I am strangely calm.
Yes, but I'd booked an abortion. It seemed like fate you wanted a baby and couldn't have one. I thought I could make everything up to you. There was only a few weeks difference, and I thought if I kept you away from the scans you'd never know how far along I was. I read a newspaper article about that singer who wanted a surrogate, and it was easy to pretend I'd done it before.
Another contraction swept over her, and the sounds she was making were like an animal in distress. She was panting hard as she started to speak again.
I don't see Mum often anyway. I knew I could avoid her for a few months, and by the time he was born and you found out from the date he couldn't possibly be yours, it would be too late. You'd already love him, want him, give him the home I never could. I wasn't thinking clearly. I panicked. I'm so sorry.
How could you? There had been no surprise in my voice, only resignation. I think that part of me had already known.
My life is a mess, Kat. I've never had a career. I've always suffered with bouts of depression, spending weeks in bed at a time. I've never been able to stick to a job. I made up working in the hospital so you'd respect me. I didn't think there was any harm. I'd get some cash and you'd get the family you wanted.
My fingers touched the gold cross around my neck as Lisa screwed up her face that was scarlet and slick with sweat. She grunted, and I hated her and was glad she was suffering, and yet there was part of me that still cared, even though I knew I shouldn't. Lisa and Jake and we are a tangle of past, present and future. Once her contraction had passed, she babbled again.
I realised how much I had missed you. It felt good to be friends again. New Year, when I came to stay and saw the nursery, saw how much it meant to you, and I met Nick properly, I knew I had to stop. I felt so guilty. It wasn't fair to let you believe the baby was his, yours. Was it ever twins?
I was desperate for something to be real.
No. I did slip on the ice, that was true. I pretended to have a miscarriage. Because I cared about you. I felt awful deceiving you both. I was a mess. I was too late to have an abortion and I didn't know what to do. But then you came and found me and it seemed like fate. I didn't want to be without you again. It was easy to carry on lying. I'm so sorry this isn't your baby, Kat, or Nick's.
It had been a night for truth, but sometimes you can hear so much it's hard to take in, and you look back and wonder whether you ever actually heard it at all. I so desperately wanted this baby to be mine. All along I had believed he was, then sometimes believing is enough. It has to be. Lisa was half out of her mind with pain. She had no idea what she was saying. It is my baby. It is. Nick gently places a blanket over Lisa, covering the face that I used to sprinkle with silver glitter before our school discos. The hard ball in my chest plummets into my gut. Let's go upstairs, he says. Make some calls. I nod, but as we reach the foot of the stairs, I turn and hand Nick the baby. Back at Lisa's side, I pull down the blanket, lean over to the coffee table and click on the lamp.
She's scared of the dark,
I say through my choking sobs. I raise her hand to my cheek, linking her fingers through mine, remembering all the times we'd run out into the playground holding hands, eager to reach the hopscotch first. Although I had gone years without her, there's a hollowness inside when I think I will never again hear her laugh. It seems impossible it was only a few months ago we reconnected. I still remember that day. The snow, the taste of frost and hope on my tongue. Lisa will never see another winter, and I feel my heart is breaking. Already, without her, I feel lost. Hopelessly, irretrievably lost. Kat. Nick touches my shoulder.
I can't.
I can't tear myself away from Lisa. I can't leave her. I won't be able to live with myself. My forehead lowers onto her chest, resting on a rib cage housing lungs that will never again draw in air. She's with Jake now, Nick says, and that at least is some comfort.
Goodbye, Lisa.
My fingers shake, and it takes several attempts to unfasten the gold cross from my neck and place it around hers.
I'm sorry too,
I say, as I kiss her lips that are already losing their warmth. The kiss of Judas. I stop in the doorway to the kitchen as I see Nick's dad lying where he fell. I'd forgotten he was here. Silently, I watch as Nick kneels next to him and checks his pulse. His face is ashen as he turns to me. I already know what he is about to say. Shit, Cat. He's dead.
You killed him?
I shift the weight of the baby in my arms. It was an accident, Nick says, but now he has